Hello. What's up, everyone?
Its best here, but unfortunately was not able to match the sheer power of this Miraidon. And at the
Yeah, this
end of
Miraidon
the
guy is
day,
broken,
I
huh?
think that's what Keanu has to be thinking about going into game number 2. We saw that Miraidon initially on the field from
I was watching a little bit in the morning. I decided I should just stream, hang out with you guys too. How are we all doing?
With the terrain. But Rajan, knowing that Draco Meteor was enough to get that one-hit knockout, that just wasn't the play. I think if you're Keanu, you do want to bring that Rillaboom for terrain.
Might as well make content.
It's almost like you can't
just
it, or you just have to
watching stuff is more fun with people, right?
So that Rillaboom doesn't have fake out.
No,
so
it
you
doesn't.
Can't even do that.
No, I mean, you have high horsepower, though.
True.
That is a nice option to have, but the problem is that Miraidon is going to be faster than you.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was playing Choice Band Rillaboom.
You could do Grassy Glide damage, but even on terrain, it doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to do enough.
Lugia made day 2, bro. That Lugia team was...
The front is also so
Sableye comfy.
You know that you're dealing with a Prankster Tailwind user in that Whimsicott, and so that does make things a little bit...
Joe didn't make it to day 2.
Tailwind.
Bad.
Yeah, well,
He's still my coach, though. I don't care.
The fact that if
he's my goat.
Try to match tailwinds. I mean, his tailwind user is the Galarian Moltres, which will also be taking super effective damage from Moonblast. I haven't done my Galarian Moltres calcs in a while, so forgive me, but it is possible.
Did I see that Comfy pick?
Could withstand a Moonblast,
what Comfy pick?
take enough damage to activate the Berserk ability, and then go
the Comfy picture?
Powerful Fiery Wrath.
Yeah, but Galarian Moltres is really slow.
Exactly.
Like, compared to everything else, knowing that Miraidon has a faster base speed, like, you just know that it's going to be a little bit tricky. And I'm thinking that even if, like, I don't even know
didn't
if
see
you
it. Let me see.
get a chance to use Tailwind, because you have the Tailwind set first from the Whimsicott, and then Miraidon just might outspeed before you get to use the Tailwind. Power of
Oh, that he said he was gonna name his first word. Yeah, I saw that.
For Rajan to set the pace, and
He's gonna name his son Comfy.
Like, it's such a cool team from Keanu, and I love the creativity. It's just unfortunate that against Miraidon, you know, I mean, there's 2 bird Pokemon there. We saw that Draco Meteor take out the Rillaboom. This team, I think, was probably anticipating seeing a lot more Calyrex and fewer bikes.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's...
Yeah.
It got here, right? It's in top 8.
What do you think they're thinking about right now?
Keanu has been able to have just a great performance with this in the weekend. I really hope this is going to give some trainers some inspiration to actually use their own Zamazenta team. Because it's really cool that Zamazenta gets body press. Usually it is a huge hit into the Incineroar, if not a one-hit knockout sometimes. So maybe that's something that you get a chance to use heading into this game. As we get into game number 2 of this best-of-3 set in our top 8, Keanu is behind the 8 ball, needs to get a win on the board here in order to keep that top 4 dream alive. Gonna kick things off with the Zamazenta as well as this Qianpao versus the Ogerpon and Miraidon from Rajan.
As it is Zamazenta's first time on the field for this game, it will use its Dauntless Shield ability to boost its defense up 1 stage.
He led his
has not been intimidated yet, which does mean that these body presses are going to be doing significantly more damage. There is a very easy target on the field here, I think, in the form of that Ogerpon, as we saw just how much damage Icicle...
I feel like Zamazenta into the Miraidon's kind of scary, though, no?
What this Miraidon is going to do and how it's going to match up against these 2 Pokemon.
Because it takes so much damage from... It might get one-shot by the Terra Volt Switch.
Qianpao has Focus Sash, which means it'll also be taking 2 hits there. So I think Keanu has an opportunity here to get some good damage down on the board. It's just all coming down to targeting.
Yeah, but does Keanu get a chance to even let Rajan attack here? It depends, because there's no protect, but the Icicle Crash on the Miraidon, the critical hit, which is so much damage, but the
and he flinched.
does not get a chance to move this turn.
That's just broken. My God, bro. Please never add flinch mechanics to Pokemon Unite. Imagine there's just a 1 in 3 chance you get hit by a nuke and it also stuns you. I would boom. Hello? Hello? Did the stream get flinched?
That Icicle Crash coming in clutch with
The stream got flinched.
We didn't get to see Mariah.
That was my internet for a second.
That turn, unfortunately.
Time to hydrate? Yeah, hold on, let me fill my water up.
We would be looking at a very different turn.
That's not me, guys, it's the stream.
The Ogerpon is still at full health, which does mean it has access to the sturdy.
Right here, enjoy some water.
Cudgel did incredible damage to that Chen Pao, but Keanu is in a position now.
How high can I get? Oh, you like that? That's pure skill.
So much wider open for him now that Miraidon is gone.
Yeah, I mean, this is a much better position for the Zamazenta to be in, but that's what you've got to play for.
Exactly.
You know that Miraidon is fast, but you have an opportunity there to potentially...
I mean, he just got hacked, though. Like, what can he even do?
Crash, and that played out beautifully. The work isn't done yet, though, because we still have 3 more Pokemon that Keanu is going to have to get through.
I mean, the Rajan is pretty much just playing for, like, 3 Protect 1, right? He just has 3 supports for his Miraidon.
Have that focus sash to be able to keep you around and maybe help you get that speed control, because you are going to be some of the slowest Pokemon on the field now. This Chen-Pao, though, is going to go for the Terra Ghost. Perfect choice if you are worried about a fake out coming in your direction, but the fake out is going to go into the Zamazenta. Means this Chen-Pao still gets a chance to go for another Icicle Crash. It's not going to miss, and just brings that Whimsicott down to its focus sash right away.
That's okay, though, because I think this Whimsicott was switching in so that it could set up the tailwind prior to the Ogerpon making a return to the field. I think the question, though, is just how do you maneuver this Ogerpon back
I don't know, man. Just if you just get flinched, it's so stupid.
And it does make me wonder.
Ogerpon can kind of carry. True.
Focusing in on.
I've never seen. I haven't seen this Ogerpon that much though. The rock one. I'm more used to seeing the other 2.
At this point in time, targets into the Incineroar. But that's such a tough read to make as well, because you don't want to switch in the Ogerpon in a situation where it's going to take damage and then it's going to lose sturdy.
Yeah, but I mean, I think at this point, Roshan is still really behind. Like,
yes,
you have 2 like very powerful attacks on the other side that could head in that Incineroar's direction. It's going to be a protect here from the Chen-Pao, though, perfectly reading that this Whimsicott wants to try to take it down. Does open up Rajan to be able to bring in the Incineroar a little bit later.
I mean, this is game. This is game. Just half.
You know
and he gets a crit. Obviously, it doesn't matter because he's sturdy.
That's exactly right.
But Keanu actually just
trying to deal that last bit of damage to the Chen-Pao for the KO there.
Just FF, bro. Just FF. Go next.
Go that turn from Keanu, and I think realizing that there would still be 1 more opportunity for this Whimsicott to attack. You're in a tough position again, though, with what do you do with the Whimsicott. If you go back to game number 1, we were talking about Tailwind versus Encore, and you said, well,
bro, he hasn't even switched a single Mon out yet, man. It's literally unwinnable.
Regardless. So while
hey, hi, hello. Hey, hi, hello. Hey, hi, hello.
I wonder if we're going to see
hi, guys.
Switch out
hi.
rather than go for a sucker punch to try and ensure that it can land a KO onto the Ogerpon before it's knocked out.
I think like you just have to try to go for damage here, and already like I think no matter what Rajan does, it doesn't really help you. But Sucker Punch is gonna go first anyway because of the priority.
Yep.
So that's where you just go ahead and deal with that. Even though it gets encored into it, Whimsicott gets taken down by the body press, and it's just down to this Incineroar. So masterclass by Keanu. I know it's like it doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end of a flinch like that, but that's the out you have to play for, and that is gonna bring us into a game 3.
It does make me wonder how game 3 is going to go. Like, if you think about it, you're absolutely right that Keanu playing towards that flinch was his endgame in this situation. Rajan brought the same 4 Pokemon that we saw from him in game number 1, and as a result, when the Miraidon was down...
He's probably thinking like, my god, I can't get another flinch. How am I supposed to win?
So then if you're Rajan, you have to wonder, well, I like these 4 Pokemon in this matchup, but is my opponent going to try to go for that flinch again? And if so, do I take that risk? I think you have to bring Miraidon. Obviously, I'm not saying leave Miraidon behind, but I am wondering if you anticipate another Chen-Pao lead, you just don't lead Miraidon, so you don't leave yourself open to that flinch, and then you try and utilize your Focus Sash Pokemon, your Sturdy Pokemon, to ensure that you can hit that back.
Yeah, but it still plays out differently if you don't flinch, right? We were even talking about that like if Miraidon gets to move and it was a double into the Chen-Pao just goes down. And so does that then open up the door to just be able to sweep the game? I get where it's like, okay, I have hesitations here, but also maybe you just still lead the Maridon anyway.
I feel like getting excited about a flinch is toxic, you know?
It's just, do you take that risk?
You gotta stay stone cold there.
I mean,
you miss the shot.
Wetness solo queue? Probably when this is done, man.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure.
respect it, and I think if I were in Rajan's shoes, I would probably also continue to lead the Maridon.
What are they playing on the Switch too?
In hopes that
No,
my opponent, you know, if they do
the
go for that strategy,
old
works out
Switch
in my favor
one.
this time around. But it's top 8. I mean, that's a lot on the line. You know that this is Keanu's first time making cut in a tournament like this. You know that he's going to be giving you everything that he has. And at the end of the day,
yeah, the crits were also just toxic.
It's hard, because when you play Pokemon as a competitive game, you want to play it in a way where you're minimizing risk. And it's almost like this catch-22 where you know what your opponent's going to try to do, but are you taking more risk by just assuming that that's not going to happen?
Well, one way to find out, and that's to get into
Why is the stage grass? There's our IRL Rillaboom. He made it the grassy terrain.
Regional championships, both Rajan and Keanu.
We beat our game number 3. Zamazenta Qianpao versus Maridon Whimsicott. Same lead.
But Rajan gonna be leading with the Whimsicott this time around, as well as that
Hadron engine.
This small difference,
A hard-on engine.
Literally, you can barely see Whimsicott hiding behind that Maridon there. Does make things a lot more comfortable for Rajan, because we've seen this Maridon be slower than the Qianpao multiple times in this matchup. Whimsicott will be guaranteed to use Tailwind in this board state. You know you are.
I like how you can tell the game is lagging because Maridon's on the board.
You do have to worry about the amount of damage you're going to take after you attack, but you are guaranteeing yourself the ability to attack. And if there is
Like, how laggy is that? I would be so annoyed.
A significant amount of damage while also maybe pivoting to keep itself safe. It's this Maridon.
Well, you're also going to be Terra Electric now.
Yeah.
So that is definitely one way you can also help yourself. It's going to also amplify the damage of this attack. But it's super nice here as well, because hopefully whatever is in the back here for Rajan isn't going to be taking too much damage if you expect to see that come out. But there's also another terrestrialization, as Keanu is going to use the same mechanic, but this time on the Zamazenta. Zamazenta is Terra Grass, so it's going to help keep itself safe from any of these electric type attacks.
Keep
that's really valuable.
himself
You've got
safe.
the defense boost, but you need a way to be able to deal
Gen
with
7 was
Maridon's
laggier?
damage
Damn.
output.
I'd be
Whimsicott
tilted
goes
though,
for the
so.
Tailwind. This is going to allow the Maridon to be able to move first. And with the Volt Switch, you get a really nice pivot.
You do.
And that's still a lot
My
of damage.
god, that does so much
It's not
damage.
very effective, but it's very effective if you catch my Electro Drift. Being able to do that much damage to the Maridon, or to the Zamazenta immediately, means that it'll be able to follow up with a knockout later on in the game. And talk about an additional adjustment here. The Farigiraf enters the field with Electric Seed to boost its defense.
That's perfect to have in front of 2 physical attackers.
That's kind of cool. He has Electric Seed on his furry giraffe. And now it lives.
A lot of damage thanks to the defense boost.
Literally because of the Electric Seed.
Body press, but you're also denying any of those priority attacks with the Armor Tail ability.
You are, and I do think that this Farigiraf hitting the field at this point as well buys.
Wow, that's a cool team, actually.
Time to try and get rid of the focus sash on that Gen.
That's actually so cool, right? Oh my god.
Damage in on the switch. Honestly, that it'll probably be KO'd before the end of Tailwind, which will just be some really nice synergy.
It basically has Zamazenta's ability as a normal Pokemon. Like, isn't that insane, actually?
Otherwise, provide support rather than maybe go for Trick Room or maybe do some more damage like we've seen from Farigiraf in the past. But in Regulation G, you support your restricted Pokemon. You make sure Maridon can come back when it's ready.
I mean, there is a really interesting option here on the Farigiraf. It has access to Foul Play. So if you weren't already mitigating the attack output of the Qianpao and the Zamazenta, that is another way that you can use their heavy attack stats against them. But this time around, it's going to be the Moonblast and the Qianpao to bring it down to its sash. And that
Little Eldegoss looking at it with the Moonblast.
No Terra on the board for this Qianpao this time
I
around.
mean, now doesn't he just...
Crash of the Whimsicott is going to do the same thing in return.
It is, and Whimsicott's also going to activate its focus sash, so we will see the body press finally hit its intended target, taking that Incineroar out.
I mean, he just gets a free swap to Maridon though right now.
Intimidate because the Zamazenta still had its defense boost from its Dauntless Shield. That was plenty of damage there.
Yes, that is exactly what has been intended for the Zamazenta, and why we have seen whispers of the Zamazenta being such a formidable Pokemon to have in a single restricted format when, I don't know, Simmer's been at 70+% usage today in day 2.
I know, and if 70% of the time you get a one-hit knockout, it works every time.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely Joe Brown math right there. But Whimsicott still has a chance
Question:
to hang around.
wouldn't Citrus be overall more useful?
It's just been the Zamazenta and Qianpao combination.
Well, maybe there's probably a couple things, right? One,
there's no way to be able
maybe
to
not. Two, Citrus could go on another Pokemon. 3, there's a lot of Cali Pokemon, the Cali Rice. The Cali Rice and the Cali Shadow. They make it so you can't eat the berry.
Did see how much damage Miraidon was able to do with Volt Switch into that Zamazenta. Had it gone for an attack here, maybe an Electro Drift, that could have put it into KO range, but he timed out. We will see the...
Also, I don't know. This guy's 12-2 against some of the best players, so I wouldn't question him. I'm a noob. Ding ding.
Making sure it's gonna really be able to get those knockouts. But the Moonblast 2 into the Zamazenta, this actually kind of works out nicely. Just a little bit of chip damage there. But
Ding
the
ding.
body press to finish it off. This Qianpao does get a chance to come back in now without the Intimidate drops.
It does get a chance to come back in without the Intimidate drops. It does have the opportunity to threaten some good damage, but Tailwind is still active on Rajan's side of the field, I believe. We haven't seen that expire yet. If that is true, then the Miraidon is still faster than that Qianpao, and because it's the Farigiraf that is the last Pokemon standing for Rajan,
He can't use his Ice Shard or Sucker Punch. I mean,
prior to taking an
Not
attack.
yet.
But we do see another adjustment here from Keanu. It is that Rillaboom now hitting the field, taking away that electric
your
terrain.
electric terrain's gone.
This Miraidon is still going to be crazy powerful, but it's going to be a little
Oh,
bit...
helping hand.
But that's what Helping Hand is for. I mean, we talked about the Farigiraf being such a key supportive piece for this Miraidon, not just because of its ability, but also because it has access to Helping Hand, to Trick Room. Really hoping at this
His
point
monkey's
that
weird
you're
though.
just
He doesn't
gonna
have
be
fake
able
out
to
because he's
get
choice banned.
Another knockout and bring in this
Clap, clap,
once
clap,
again.
clap, clap.
So Helping Hand for the Miraidon with the Electro Drift, and you still have your extra little Terra boost
Boom.
too. And,
That's
another one-hit knockout. I don't think Keanu was
He's not Assault Vest,
expecting
he's
that,
choice
but
banned.
that's 2 knockouts that this Miraidon has taken with not very effective damage. The body press at least gets rid of the Farigiraf. So if you bring this Qianpao back in, you have that opportunity to go for the Sucker Punch now that the Armor Tail is off the field. But the Tailwind is gone as well, which is very critical.
Now we know that Qianpao will be faster than this Miraidon. It is only an electric type Pokemon, which means that it will be taking neutral damage from Icicle Crash or Sacred Sword. Icicle Crash does have the higher
Who's he
base
gonna
power
click
with
into?
damage, and honestly, in this position,
Who's he gonna click into?
you need to find a way to KO this Miraidon.
Does Zamazenta have Protect?
So if you think that you can connect the Icicle Crash, and I do think you need the extra base power.
Oh, is Qianpao protected?
So reading, the Qianpao's just gonna go for the Protect here, and Zamazenta gonna double it too.
That's smart. That's very smart.
Wait, why is it? Oh, because he gets some healing?
PP, so you've got to be smart about how you're gonna use this move.
You also get the opportunity to see which Pokemon that Rajan was prioritizing the KO on, and it was going to be that Zamazenta. So that does mean that if you think Qianpao can get the KO with Icicle Crash and Sucker Punch,
well, we're about to find out. Icicle Crash tries its best.
He missed. Oh, Keanu fell in his chair. I mean, he kind of deserved it though, right? He got a flinch in game 2.
And that is going to be a knockout. It's just down to this Qianpao, and it's got to make sure it's got its glasses for these last couple attacks.
All right, so it's just gonna come down to a crit, right?
Fortunate miss for Keanu.
You can't complain about the crit, bro. You got a flinch already, or the miss.
Difference here in this matchup. Qianpao does have another chance to attack.
It does, and the Icicle Crash.
Imagine he flinches.
But is it going to be able to get the
Flinch?
Because that's going to have
No.
to matter. And the Electro Drift goes through. The Qianpao knocked out, and Rajan.
If he got a flinch or a crit on that, he would have won. But he already got one in game 2, man.
Set there at the end. Icicle Crash was able to find Keanu an opportunity in that game number 2 to bring us into game number 3, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short in the end. But it just goes to show you that this team that Keanu built can stand up to arguably the strongest Pokemon in the metagame with that.
I like how he has the Latios and Latias on his shoulders. That's cool.
I mean,
I want that.
Miraidon looks like an absolute unit right now, and I think people have all of their eyes on that Pokemon as maybe the new S tier restricted again. I guess it's returning to that spot after. You know what? We're gonna have to see how it does at the rest of this tournament.
Is there a bracket?
Next weekend,
There's there should be a bracket, right?
Just absolute masterclass levels of good.
I know. I mean, just look
What?
at
This guy just spammed Whimsicott was named Miss. What the?
We saw that. We saw it.
Did Twitch chat bug? What is this?
I mean, we saw it also KO the.
How did this guy spam?
I mean, here comes another Electro Drift into that Zamazenta. Like, it just
Oh,
does
here
so
it is.
much damage, and I do think that it was very
So
underappreciated coming into this tournament.
It really was.
this is the top 8. We just watched Rajan Bell versus Keanu.
Right now, but I love to see
Rajan won.
Miraidon is one of those
So now it's gonna be
that it can run, but it's been this volt
top
switch,
4.
this discharge, this set that both like Rajan and Dr. Aaron Trailer were using that has made it look as dominant.
They
as
both
it
were
has.
saucing.
Poor
I really
Keanu,
like
though,
the
I just
electric
wanna
seed
give
on the
major
Frere Giraffe. That was
credit
cool.
for making
I
it
kind of
this
want to play
far
that team.
in a tournament that has been so stacked. I really hope that he's not only proud of his accomplishment, but also we hope we get a chance to see him again at a future tournament, because that Zamazenta team.
Yeah,
was
each
so
player knows each
fun.
other's
And
mons.
Rajan, you could tell
You
he
get a
was
you get a
really
team
hard
sheet that
on
shows you what mons they have, what Pokemon they,
I mean, we
like
saw
what
him
moves they
a couple
have, what
of
items they have.
those games. You know, we saw the
So there
Miraidon
aren't
compete
surprises
Zero,
in
we saw
like
the
that many
Miraidon
surprises,
compete
and you get to see
Whimsicott,
what
we
Terra
saw the
types
Leon
they have.
Whimsicott. Like, he really had to sit down and think through that matchup organically, because I don't think you prep for that matchup, quite frankly.
Like, we've seen a couple of times in tournaments where people will pick something that might not seem like the most meta at the time, but it's enough of a throw off to the other opponent.
Yeah, Koraidon was doing well day 1. I haven't.
I need to know
I don't know if I've seen any
Audio,
yet
so I
today,
didn't
but
think
there
that I
surely
would
there
know
are.
them, but here they are. Although I guess if you're running Miraidon,
But yeah,
you
Koraidon
know
is just
how
better
strong
than
it is.
Groudon, or
What are the
it's
things
very
that Miraidon
comparable.
Can't one-hit knockout with Electro.
Um,
That list might be shorter than
Indy,
remembering
because
when
his
it does
signature
knock
move
out.
doesn't miss.
Well, if there's anybody
Yo,
that
Dust
knows
Runner,
that
thank you for the
list at
resub.
this
Welcome
point
back.
in time, it would be Rajan, who's moving on to
Good luck on
4.
your top
So,
16.
Sierra, please ask
Don't
us about
lose.
those damage calcs. Is it really
gotta
just does
know.
it KO or not?
We'll get there in due time. First, I have to talk to Rajan Ball about just.
There was one earlier? Okay, I might have missed it.
During that match, that was the craziest game 3.
Koraidon, Koraidon one.
I
Interesting.
felt things I haven't felt in a while. It was a really challenging set, and all of the sets that my opponent had were extraordinarily off-brand. So unusual things that I'm not used to fighting against. So it was kind of difficult to really identify what pieces I needed, and I didn't think I had a great 4th Pokemon. So overall, I was just like, you know, if he plays this well, this is going to be really awkward, and my opponent did very much play it well. So I really was happy to be here with you right now.
Yeah, because it, like looking at the matchup too, because you got to get that victory in game 1. In game 2, it looked like it could have started off on
How
the right foot,
unlucky was that
and then the
match?
disaster strikes. Ice Crack
For
not
who?
only
He got
connects,
flinched on game number
no
2.
one matters much with the flinch, and that
Turn 1
moment
flinch.
Yeah, I didn't feel very good. Because I took game 1, I figured I had the opportunity to go for a lot of advantage game 2, and considering what my opponent did, I don't think I would have knocked out their Zamazenta with the Volt Switch from the Miraidon, but I would have done a lot of damage. And more importantly, I would have gotten off the field, got the Moonblast on the Chien-Pao, and then actually having the Miraidon would have made a world of difference. I kind of just played a couple turns after that. That didn't really matter. The game was over from turn 1 for game 2.
Yeah.
So it was pretty disheartening. I tried to use the rest of game 2 to get my head back into it. Yeah.
It seemed like at some point in game 3, I mean, the match that maybe you wanted to play was definitely not the match you got to play with that timeout happening and you being locked into Electro Drift. It worked, but how are you feeling that moment?
So I think Electro Drift was fine, but I didn't click the buttons that I wanted to click. I got a little flustered by the end game, and I will admit I don't think I played game 3 as well as I could have. I let my Incineroar get knocked out and miscalculated that, and then I don't think I played that game 3 as well as I could have. But fortunately, Pokemon giveth and Pokemon taketh, and I got lucky at the end, but I'm calling it even for game 2.
No, that's fair.
That's what I'm saying. It's even. He got flinched. He missed.
Once you're locked into that Electro Gift for game 3, I mean, it's kind of out of your hands at that point. It's clicking the same button over and over.
The Marshtomp plushie is cursed. This one?
That is true.
It is a little cursed.
I will give you
It is a little
credit
cursed.
there. I want to talk about the
My
damage
head's
it was
not
doing.
completely out of it.
What's up, Tozy?
I want to talk about how much damage that Electro Drift was
I'm
doing,
glad you're liking the
specifically
VGC
into
stuff.
Rillaboom. Like, did you think that like it was going to go on a tear like this?
If I didn't believe in that Pokemon, I would not be here right now. And I looked at every Pokemon on the team as a as a juice box for Miraidon. That's just
Juice
kind of how
box.
the game works. Notably, my opponent's Rillaboom was choice banded, not Assault Vest, which really changed some things. It didn't have Fake Out, but it also feinted to Draco Meteor out of terrain. It had high horsepower, which threatens an Oko on the Miraidon if I don't have Intimidate. Even though the pieces look like ones that I should have been able to navigate around, I can say this: there's no more Zamazentas in this tournament. Zam is not a great matchup, I don't think, for my team, because I don't have that many great responses defensively into body press. It really threatens a lot of my Pokemon. So I actually did think that the matchup looked.
That was the last Zamazenta. Unlucky.
But I'm glad I got there.
Yeah, congratulations on navigating a tough matchup like that. Now find yourself in top 4. You're now top 4 of Indy, so how do you feel about that?
I feel great.
Did I see the changes they made to groups? I haven't, no.
It's, there was
Did LG get an easier group?
time, especially around the COVID time, where Pokemon wasn't going the way that I wanted it to. I was not I was not performing the way that I had used to. Not to say that you're entitled to that, but I was just having a long stretch, and it was really difficult to evaluate my place in the game and my ability to keep up, especially since all the players that started post.
The Hotspot and Brave Burgers got moved from LG's group into another group.
Really good. The floor has gotten really high.
Interesting.
With so many grassroots tournaments and so many players just putting up huge numbers off the rip, and it just feels really good to still be able to.
And being able to at a competition with so many players and a new regulation, it definitely shows a lot. So congratulations on that. Before I let you rest up for real, give your heart a little bit of a break after that match. Any final words to the crowd?
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for chatting with me. As for us, it's going to be a quick break on our end before we're back with our top 4.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History.
I think there's a
problem.
problem.
We showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake.
There's
Muller, and I'd love to take
the
you
way
back
that they
to
change
World
these groups doesn't make
Championships
sense
in
though.
2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first,
Because if a
let's go
team,
back one more
if
year
a
to
not top 8 team
Pokemon
manages to
X
qualify
and
through
Pokemon
winners,
Y introduced Mega Evolutions
that
to
group being the
Pokemon, and Mega
quote-unquote
Kangaskhan
easier group doesn't make any
dominated
sense, right?
the entire season.
Doesn't that just
However,
punish
when the 2014
a
World
different team
Championships
for
rolled
someone
around,
else
Mega
messing up?
Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make
Right,
a
like
single
Exile
appearance
didn't
in
qualify
top
through
8.
winners.
Although Mega
Now
Kangaskhan
OT has
surged
to
back
play
into
against
the
Exile. That seems unfair for
2015
OT
season,
and
it's close to the top
and
of the
Hades,
card,
right?
Thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame.
It seems
by
weird to
high
punish a
teams of
different
Pokemon
team
like
for
Pikachu.
another team's mistake, though.
Anticipating this,
But I
many players
guess,
from Europe and North America opted not to include
yeah, I don't know.
Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat
I don't
itself.
like when rules get
Now,
changed
however,
and then
had something
it
else
still
to
looks
note.
bad.
Just 2 months prior at the
I'd rather
Japan
just not do
National
anything.
Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first
But maybe I
place
haven't
with
thought
an
this through
early
very
version
well.
of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World
Team get
Championships
DQ'd?
progressed,
Here, I can show you
it became
guys.
clear that Chalk was the team to beat. even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
Go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
Go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition
Okay,
at the
so
of the season was astounding, even more interesting
Group
was the
one
variation seen within Chalk.
is Nem,
While all 6
You
teams
Feel
had
Me,
Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus
and on the
Therian,
other side, it's
many
gonna
players opted
be
for some alternate options for the
Hotspot
remaining
Brave
Pokemon.
Birders.
Heatran was substituted for a different
And group
fire-type
2
Pokemon,
is
with
OT
one
Hades
choosing
with
Entei
Exile
and
Last
one
Chance.
choosing
I mean,
Volcarona.
this group
The
2
six
is way
Pokemon on the
harder
team
now.
ranged from Thundurus
Like
to
way
Aegislash to
harder now.
Charizard to Scrafty. Sylveon made an
And then group
appearance in
3
place of
is
Cresselia
LGG
once, and
Eruption
one player
Ignorance. It was
Amoonguss,
supposed to be
and both
Hotspot
Aegislash and Thundurus. The two teams in top
Brave
8 of the World
Birders. And then group
Championships
4
that did
is
not
YT
use Mega
Nihao
Kangaskhan were both defeated in
and
the quarterfinals,
Umbra Volpium
meaning
S5.
that
Yeah, I don't know.
Kangaskhan was
It seems
guaranteed to have her
weird.
day in the sun.
I don't know how I feel about it.
Knowing that the game is over, Rotom Wash falls and the crowd
Why'd they change groups? Because if they didn't change groups, you would be playing against the team you already played against.
After taking down Naoto
It would
Mizoguchi in top
it would be a
4,
little weird.
Shoma
So I
Honami
think
would
changing
be
the
met
groups
in
made
finals
sense,
by
but
fellow Japanese
also it
player
doesn't make
Hideyuki
sense.
Ueda, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won game 1
But
thanks to consistent damage
something
output
seems-
from his Landorus Therian and
something
clever
seems
use
weird
of
about it, I don't
disruptive
know.
attacks like Thunderwave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these two trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Yeah, these groups make wait, these groups are really redacted, right?
As well as catching the
It made way more sense before. Didn't it make more sense before? If you are a top 8 team that goes through losers, you should have to play against the team that sent you down to losers on your side of the bracket because that's how it was seeded. But now, the top 2 teams that qualified get to stay in the same bracket, like continuation, but the bottom 2 switch with another group, which means that another group just gets a harder group and they get punished for no reason. Where can you see it? I can link it. You have to figure out, you have to go through the 2 pools, pool 1 and 2. I don't think the actual bracket is here yet. But here, go through here. Okay, let me try to explain to you guys. Mute the stream. I'll try to explain to you guys what's going on. So, I should start in the other group actually. So, these are the group. This was pool 1, right? Exile lost to Nihao, right? And they got sent down to the lower bracket where they would have played against Nihao and YT in the group stage, right? That's how it was supposed to be before. That's how the bracket was set up. But now, the 2 teams that lost here, Exile and Last Chance, they got moved to another group, right? So think of it this way. Each group has 2 teams from winners, 2 teams from losers, right? So the 2 teams from this side, 2 teams from this side, and then 2 teams from this side, right? The losers teams now are gonna go into a different group than they would have been initially. So Exile and Last Chance are now going to group 2 instead of group 4, right? But they were in those groups for a reason based on the seeding. And now Orange Team and Hades instead of them getting Dark Aura and Umbra Vulpium, or I guess it wouldn't have been Dark Aura, it would have been S5 and Umbra Vulpium in their group, the teams that they rightfully beat to get there, they now have to play a harder, higher seeded team, despite them being the winners. Despite Orange Team didn't lose a single game, Hades didn't drop a single game, but now they got the harder teams from the losers bracket that are higher seeded because they changed it. That doesn't seem fair, right? Doesn't that seem really unfair? Nihao didn't lose a single game either. Right. But they should get the same team from their group, no? Because that's how the tournament was seeded. Then it would be based on seeding. I'm just confused. Maybe someone can explain to me why this is fair. Like Nihao and YT now get, even though there were lower seeded teams going into the tournament, they now get the easier teams from the losers. They get the lower seeded losers teams, even though they were the lower seeded teams to begin with. Like they were meant to have the harder matchups because they were in a higher seed part of the bracket, but now they get the easier side of the bracket, despite not doing anything different than the other teams did. I guess other than, well, like, you see what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. Out of first set of matches, I don't think it should matter what winner teams go against what losers. If they're better, they will win. Okay, but it doesn't make sense though, because okay, 8 teams get to qualify, right? And the way 8 teams qualify, it's not the top 8 teams, right? It's two teams from each group get to advance. So if your group, let's say there's 8, okay, let me open up Paint. I'm having a tough time articulating it, so give me a second. So there's 8 teams, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? There's going to be 16 teams. So let's do all of it. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The way you'd want the groups to be is that it would be like this team and this team is in the same group. This team and this team. This team, this team, this team, this team, right? The group that has the 1 seed should have the 16 seed in it, right? Otherwise you're not incentivizing the team that's the 1 seed. Is that actually how it played out? Nemesis is the 1 seed, right? Nemesis's group now gets Nemesis now has Hot Sweat and Brave Birders in their group from the lower bracket. These are not the 16 seeded teams in the tournament. There's no way. Right? There's no way that this, like, just on a baseline, the number 1 seed in the tournament shouldn't have. These are like 13th at least seeded, no? Like what seed was Brave Birders going into the tournament? 13, exactly. Your seeds are now 2, 4, 7, 12. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Do you think rematches are kind of weird because you could end up facing the same team 3 or 4 times in the same tournament? Okay, but then shouldn't it just be a continuation bracket? What's the point of doing group stage? Shouldn't, like, what's the point of doing a tournament bracket and then stopping to do groups? and not just doing a top up until top 8 bracket. When Exile lost, it's like they swapped seeds with Nihao. It seems weird to punish a different team, though. You see, do you realize what I'm saying? The 1 and 2 seeds shouldn't get punished for what the 5 and 6 seeds mistakes are. Because the way the bracket is set up, the bracket is seeded. Okay, so but this is how it should be, right? Like the 1 seed should have the 16 seed, the 2 seeds should have the 15. Like hold on. Let me. So 1, 16, 2, 15, 3, 14, 4, 13, right? And then the 5 seed would be here, right? I think it should be the 9 seed here. It should be something like this, right? I think these should be the groups, right? Should be 1, 8, 9, 16, 2, 7, 10, 15, 3, 6, 11, 14, 4, 5, 12, 13. But now it's 2, right? 2 and 4 are in this, like, what? I mean, okay, so the 4 seed being in the 2 seeds group can happen if the 4 seed changes seeds. So what you're saying is because Nihao won, they swap seeds with Exile? What seed was Nihao? So this is, in theory, this is how the group should work, guys. The 1 seed should have the 16 seed in their group. The 2 should have 15, and so on and so forth. But because they swapped around the groups, they essentially, like, in effect, what's happened is the 1 and 2 seeds of the tournament got easier groups or harder groups now. And the 3 and 4 seeds got easier groups by seeding definition. They reset the seeds based on yesterday. Apparently but the thing is this is not even how the like they changed it. It didn't say group stage 2 and group stage 3 here yesterday. They flipped the loser sides. They made it so that the side that had the harder loser side went to the side that had the easier, or the hard, like, they made it so that the harder losers, the higher rated losers teams are now being put in the lower rated winner side teams, effectively making it so that if you were a lower seeded top team, you got an easier run of the bracket. All these seeding rules should at least be outlined beforehand. The thing is the way the rules were was the way the rules were, and then they changed it. I'm trying to understand how it could be changed. It's really messed up now, though, isn't it? Who's in Nem's group? Right, so it's Nem, You Feel Me. You Feel Me is like, I don't know what seed they're supposed to be. But then Nem now has Brave Birders Hotspot in their group as the 1 seed. That just doesn't make any sense. Unless I'm overrating Hotspot and Brave Birders seeding. Which I might be, I guess. No, these guys definitely have more points than the teams in group stage 3 and 4 on the lower bracket, right? There's no way that they don't. $16. Yeah, like the 16th seeded team is now with group stage 3. So NEM's. Oh no. Okay, so for NEM at least they do have the 16th. They have eruption, right? Wait, did this change again? Or am I looking at something else? What the frick? Okay, no. I think it was just bugged. It bugged or something, right? Okay, so Hotspot and Brave Birders are in NEM's group. NEM's supposed to be the #1 seed in the tournament. They didn't drop a single game, so there's no reason they should be punished. But instead of getting the 16, what did my diagram say? Instead of them getting 8, 9, and 16, NEM instead has gone 11, 11 and 14. 11, 14, and 9. So NEM was supposed to have 8, 9, 16. They got 11, 14, 9 in the 1 seed group. The 2 seed 11, 14, 9 for 1. The 2 seed has 4. What did Zug say? 4, 2, 4, 7, 12. That. And the 3 seed. The 3 seed got the 16 seed. And what's G? 6. Eruption is 16, and then ignorance is 8. And then the 4 seed has 5, which would be from the winner's bracket. 10. And 15. Okay. So the top is how it should be, right? If it makes sense. And the bottom is how it is. So the 4th seed in the tournament gets the 10th and 15th, where the 1st seed in the tournament gets 9, 11, and 14. I mean, this just doesn't make sense. The 3 seed getting the 16th. Okay, I mean, this is all because Exile lost, though, right? So Exile swapped seeds. It should have been. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, I did this wrong. He's a team that qualified in your. This doesn't make sense because when you are seeded in the tournament and you beat a lower rated team to qualify, right? And that lower rated team qualifies to the lower bracket, and you have to play against a higher rated team that qualified to the lower bracket, even though they weren't in your bracket. Yeah, I messed it up a little bit. Regardless, though, it's because Exile, who is a higher rated team, had to qualify to the lower bracket, but that shouldn't punish one of the higher rated teams. the teams get reseeded if you lost in qualifiers in the lower bracket. Maybe there's like some seed swapping going on. I mean, I do agree that it's weird for you to play against the same team again. Right? I do think that the format itself is weird. But I also don't know if they should have only changed the lower bracket. They should have just reseeded the whole thing then. No? Shouldn't they just reseed the entire thing? Because having a higher seed is inherently having a disadvantage. It's literally, it actually, you're cucked if you're a higher seeded team and someone else messed up. Exile losing would mean they're worse and hypothetically Nihao is better. Sure. But for some of these teams, neither of those teams are in their group. Right? Like for NEM, for example, neither Exile nor Nihao are going to be in their group. But they got the hardest lower bracket teams that would have qualified, that were supposed to be qualifying to the lower bracket. Right? So think of it this way, right? Nemesis is the #1 team going into the tournament. I just want you to understand the implications of what has happened here, right? Nemesis is the #1 seed going into the tournament. They don't lose a single game, right? If it didn't change, the teams that they would be playing in the group stages would be the lowest rated teams to qualify through the lowest bracket, assuming no upsets, right? Which is kind of what happened. Right, they should be up against Eruption Ignorance in their lower bracket because those are the two teams that did end up qualifying. But now, instead of them getting the lowest rated lower bracket teams, they've gotten some of the highest rated lower bracket teams that were anticipated to qualify, right? And LG, because it got swapped between LG and NEM, LG being the 3rd seed going into the tournament, instead of them getting the harder teams to qualify from the lower bracket, right, which would have been Hotspot Bravebirders, they now get the teams that NEM should have got, the easier teams. Despite NEM and LG both not losing a game, NEM just gets the harder side of the bracket for next week for no reason, I think. Unless, like, look, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying, can someone else provide me with an explanation that makes more sense of what I'm saying? Is Bravebirders really better than Ignorance? I'm removing the names, right? Let's not talk about the teams themselves. I'm just saying the #1 seed shouldn't get the higher rated lower bracket teams. Right? Like maybe you could say that this team on paper or in practice is better than other team or whatever. But in terms of the way that the tournament is seeded, right? This tournament was seeded in a way where NEM's road to top 8 ought to be the easiest based on seeding, not based on the actual players, right? But just think of it this way. The #1 team, we all agree, everyone agrees, that if you're the #1 seeded team in the tournament, you ought to get the easiest road to top 8 by just like seeding theory, right? Like try not to have bias towards the players that are involved. And the best team, the team that's performed the best all year, should get the easiest road to top 16, which is what happened, which is exactly what happened, right? But by changing the lower bracket groups after that, they've reset the seeding for some of these teams in a way that punishes the team for being good. right? Like Nem got the lower bracket teams from seed 3, and OT got the lower bracket seeds from seed 4, right? Where they should have gotten the lower bracket teams from seed 1 and 2 instead of 3 and 4. It actually makes zero sense the more that I outline this, right? You literally, the 1 and 2 teams got the harder lower side teams. And I don't know, I'm mental boomed. I'm going back to watching BGC. I'm just glad I'm not playing, bro. I would be so mad.
As well here, and with the Raging Bolt put to sleep by Spore, Andrew might have just found a way to break through Leonard's strategy.
It all depends on the last Pokemon. If it's Farigiraf, Leonard does have a way to wake up, and he has a way to attack around the safety goggles, but if it's Urshifu, I don't know if it's going to be possible for Leonard to get around this Amoonguss. Leonard taking his time, he's thinking things through. We also haven't seen the Amoonguss on Leonard's end. I don't know how...
Wait, is this actually Aaron's brother? I was joking about it. I didn't know if it was true.
We saw Urshifu in game 1. We saw Farigiraf in game 2. What is it going to be from Leonard?
Taking a moment, I think, just to...
Orange team will come through anyways?
Here. I mean, if you think about what's on the line...
Okay, I'm going to mute this for a second. For those of you guys that are like, who cares, the best team should win anyways, in a way, a little bit I agree with you, right? But only 2 teams can make it out of a group. And if in your group, you get 3 teams that are by seed definition likely to make it out of the group, it's really messed up for your team, right? Like at Worlds, the groups were random, so you can't really complain that much, even though the Worlds groups were also cooked. But if you get an easier way out of the groups, it's a lot easier for you to win the tournament.
Here from Andrew.
If OT's winning side partner messed up like Exile, the swap would be a godsend.
Raging Bolt will wake up. And if Leonard targeted down the Chi with a close combat and Raging Bolt wakes up and goes for a Draco Meteor,
it still wouldn't make sense for Nem though.
Beads of Ruin will take a moment to activate here to ensure that special attacks do more. Here comes that close combat.
It still wouldn't make any sense for Nemesis to get the harder side lower bracket teams.
What will Raging Bolt do?
It's a 1 in 3 chance, Gabby.
They should have the easiest lower bracket side team in their group. They should have the lowest rated lower bracket team in their group because they're the 1 seed. They should have the by seeding the worst team in the tournament.
Does have a way back into this game. It's going to be so hard against these powerful Pokemon,
right?
And Terrapagos, but
if Exile lose, the brackets would be different.
It's not over just yet. And
Nem doesn't have. Nem doesn't have either one of those teams in their group, though.
It looks like
right?
Andrew is switching to Terra Starstorm, which should be a knockout onto that Urshifu.
The lowest rated team from the lower bracket isn't on Nem's side.
Raging Bolt, but as long as Amoonguss
that doesn't make any sense.
Protect its partner in that Terrapagos, it is going to be able to go for these attacks.
How much is it going to do, Gabby? Terra Starstorm coming out here. It will KO Urshifu. The question is, how much does it do to Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest? That's not that much damage. Raging Bolt, if you wake up this turn, if you connect to Draco Meteor, you can win this game. Raging Bolt stays asleep.
He stayed asleep.
We're just going to keep asking Raging Bolt to...
Raging Bolt is such a good Pokemon, right? I actually really like his design, too. The tall dinosaur giraffe goofy looking guy is so funny to me. It's easy, like, I know it's the most broken of the legendary dog paradoxes, right? Compared to the other two, like Walking Wake and Gouging Fire or whatever. But Raging Bolt looks the coolest too.
Not sure if that mattered. Gabby, let me
tell you like the other forms, really?
That I see that Leonard can win this game is he has saved his Terra to the very end. If he goes for
Bro's got a 360 beard. I know, it's like he's in the clouds.
Will not KO unless he gets a critical hit. Critical hit, Terra Electric Thunderclap, roughly a 1 in 24 chance. That is Leonard's only way back into this game. Raging Bolt terastallizes. Leonard identifies that it's his only way to win. He knows Raging Bolt won't make it through this turn. Thunderclap comes out 23 out of 24 times. Raging Bolt will be losing and Angel will be winning, but what will it be here? Well,
that was not the critical hit, unfortunately.
It didn't crit. It didn't crit.
It was a perfectly calculated turn, but just did not turn out right. Raging Bolt will be KO'd by the Terra Starstorm, and Andrew Zhang is going to be moving on to the finals here in Indianapolis.
Congratulations to Andrew. A very, very well played game.
Guys, I'm actually mental boomed.
Decision to switch out to
unless someone can explain to me why they would change the groups for Unite. I'm actually boomed.
Hyper Beam can miss, understanding that there's always a chance that, yeah, like with the recharge turn.
I mean, I feel bad for Orange Team because they're, you know, Zug's my friend and whatnot, but I feel really bad for Nem. I hate it when the #1 seed gets something stupid happen to them.
So I think he's a very deserving first finalist. He's really showing off the power of this offensive Terrapagos team with Pokemon like Chiyu to boost its damage output, Tornadus to boost its speed, and Amoonguss has insurance against Trick Room. Gabby, I don't think we saw Trick Room go up.
Like, what's the... it's actually so disadvantaged to be the #1 seed.
I mean, in a different matchup.
I mean, I guess the advantage is that you get the lower winning side team on your bracket, so theoretically only those two teams should qualify. But
a little bit of the replay there, the players chatting there. Yeah, the Incineroar fainted a lot this game in one hit, but it still did a lot of work, I think.
All right.
Yeah, the 1 and 2 seeds getting the harder side of the bracket is actually a meme.
Good play.
Because only 2 teams make it out anyways. You want to have the lower bracket teams in your group. Because you don't want to drop a game to a lower bracket team, because then if you lose your head-to-head to the winner bracket team, then you're out of the whole tournament. Right? Whereas for seeds 3 and 4, even if they drop to their winner side partner, because they have the lower bracket teams, in theory they're more likely to qualify. Like, if you took this as like a probabilistic mathematical equation and you assigned probabilities of winning based on seeds and you ran like 1,000 trials, the 1 and 2 seeds, right, based on probability would be less likely to qualify the way that it's set up right now. Right? If you did 1,000 trials based on seeds and you assign probability, winning probability based on your seeding, and the higher probability being higher seeded you are, the 1 and 2 side teams make it out of the tournament less often. In practice, is it going to work out that way? No. I mean, these teams are good. They'll like, right? The better teams are generally much better than the lower bracket teams, that it doesn't really matter in practice a lot of times. But even dropping a game in groups is really bad this year, because if you drop 1 game in groups this year, there's a very, very, very high chance that you'll start in the lower bracket at NAIC, which would mean that if you start in the lower bracket at NAIC, it means you lose 1 set and your entire LAN journey is done, which is also a cooked format. Right? You're going to make teams travel all the way to New Orleans to play 1 series and lose. There's 2 teams that are going to go to NAIC, play 1 set, and their whole tourney is done.
It is honestly
I don't even like Nem.
So I'm really glad that you got to experience that.
Like that.
I know you unfortunately didn't make it to
I think they're cool or whatever, but they're not people that I normally talk to.
Ended up 4 and 5 on the day. I think towards the latter half of the day,
it's still stupid for them though.
So it was really a battle against like mental fatigue more than anything. Not to discredit any players, played a lot of very strong teams, a lot of good builds. Very happy with the run. First event overall, first time really putting pen to paper with VGC, and I think it was a great time, and I'm looking forward to doing better at the next one.
Especially too, this is the first event, but you're planning on going for a Worlds invite next year. So I want to know what kind of inspired you to start playing VG and just throw yourself right into it to try and chase that title.
Chase that title. I see what you did there. So I've been a big casual VGC fan my entire Pokemon career, I guess you'd say. Always thought about maybe doing better in it, you know, maybe not playing some casual singles with friends. And really just came down to, you know, this seems like as good a point in
Who is in each group?
to get into it. I think a lot
You
of
can look at it on the bracket.
the
There's 16 teams. Like I don't know how I'm supposed to tell you each one.
quicker than you could in prior generations. Really
Is there anyone we're rooting? I'm rooting for the Pokemon that I like because Joe's already out of. He didn't make it to day 2. Sadly, I'm just rooting for the Pokemon that I like at this point.
I can either do well, and this is the next phase of my Pokemon journey, or I can say, you know, I left it all on the table. I did my best.
I can show you guys the pairings.
Get the itch out of my system.
Hey, yo, you got to go for it at least, right? And you're talking about, too, that you've been a VG fan for a while, and I want to know if there is any competitive.
So there's four players left. I don't know what teams they have.
Oh, absolutely.
But Rajan Bell is the guy with Miraidon.
On social media about maybe
And that's all that I remember.
To some more casual players like myself. I was lucky he reached out and thought it was a good idea. We had some coaching there. Chup Across, we've had some good conversation about really just kind of best of 3 matchup headspace going into an event there. Those are the 2 biggest players that come to mind. Moxie Boosted Marcos is my GOAT.
Miraidon D's nuts.
With him and just keeping things
Do I like Terapagos?
keeping the energy high.
He's cool.
And then from a not-com player standpoint, I do got to give a big thank you to my wife for letting me go last minute. It was a real spur-of-the-moment, week of decision to come. So those are all my shout-outs.
You have to make sure you can bring her out to an event next season. Get her on the road for her invite, right?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Love to see it. Best of luck, of course, going on for the next season, and hope you enjoyed the rest of today. As for us, we got to get back to our competition.
Cerulege. If you think about it, in this promo, Cerulege is coming to Unite. Dragapult's already in. That means Goldengo's next, based on this promo. I mean, Goldengo makes so much sense for Unite, right? Like, my idea, I posted this like a year ago almost, is that Gimmighoul evolves into Goldengo once you hit a certain amount of Eos energy. So you have to give him all the last hits, you know? Maybe like when he hits 30 Eos energy, he evolves. Wouldn't that just be really cool? Right, and maybe his Unite move does more damage based on how much Eos energy he's holding. Maybe he has like a, you know, it's like a shout out to Make It Rain. Community only calls the coins. True, but they literally look like coins, right?
The 2024 Indianapolis Regional Championships, and I am so excited to be here alongside Aaron Zhang to bring you through this next.
Owl Unite, but you can move.
I cannot wait for this one because we get to see more Miraidon.
More.
Isn't that already Miraidon's ult though, kind of? Yeah.
It's really been super fun, and it feels fitting that it's going up against one of the.
So it'd be an EX. And I'm not saying it has to use its Eos energy. It's just how much it holds. And that would make Sableye funny into it, right? Imagine the Sableye just keeps knocking it off so it can't evolve in the early game.
In order to secure a spot in the finals. He's taken down some big names there in order to make it to his first finals.
Really has, and on the flip side of things too, I think both Justin Burns, Rajan Ball throughout
can hold 100. Lol.
have looked like front runners, and so the 2 of them meeting here.
Oh yeah, true. You could duo with Sableye, and he could help you evolve faster.
Also for Justin because he played Aaron Trailer in that first round of Top Cut in top 8.
I think the future of Unite is giving Pokemon unique ways to evolve. I think that's what will make the game like kind of exciting, like for new players. Like I think the Gyarados thing is cool. I like the effort gauge that they did. Right? That's not that in normal Pokemon, Magikarp doesn't have an evolution condition, right? But it kind of fits the spirit of the Pokemon.
Tournaments leading up to this regional championship.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting one because both of these players actually already fought against each other in round 11 of this tournament. Rajan still chasing for his first major victory. You can see he's finished top 8, he's finished top 4, he's finished in the finals of regionals, and of course started the season off with a top 8 finish at Charlotte Regionals and is looking to get that first major championship victory.
And really could do it because this Miraidon...
I wonder what other cool evolution things they could have.
This Miraidon has been so elite. The Hadron engine, the Terra Electric, the choice specs. It's been dishing out a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's one of the most creative teams from the early meta, and the idea is that it's super oppressive to play against. Miraidon just does ridiculous amounts of damage when you have helping hand support from Farigiraf. There are a lot of cool plays you can make with this team, and if you ever make a mistake against it, and Whimsicott, for example, pivots in while something is protecting, Encore can really trap you in as well. So many tools to work with here. Discharge, a move that used to be very popular in VGC way back in the day, hasn't seen too much use more recently, but works really well with this team when you've got that Ursaluna.
Evolved by Thanks Finging, true.
There's no Earthquake though.
Ursaluna Blood Moon is very broken, yeah.
And that's going to be pretty valuable as well. You have a couple of other resists on the team, which makes it...
Alcremie got a BM for 10 seconds. I read something funny the other day. It was like, if someone with lactose intolerance eats an Alcremie, do they get the poopies?
Yeah, he got top 4 at NAIC.
Yes or no?
22, and Justin was one of the most prominent Calyrex Ice players in that format as well, actually pairing it with Palkia. And so it's no surprise to me that he has returned and using Calyrex Ice Rider once again. Of course, this is kind of the default Calyrex Ice Rider composition that a lot of players have opted in for this tournament.
I think yes.
The one that is most flexible, but you've got
is eating grass type Pokemon vegan? Oh, true. Okay, I'm rooting against the Ice Horse guy. Even though he has Raging Bolt and Pelipper, 2 Pokemon I really like, I really hate the Ice Horse. I don't want the Ice Horse to win. Actually, no, I'm rooting for this guy. I don't want Miraidon to win. What am I saying? I do not want Miraidon to win. We can't have Miraidon win. Okay, I'm rooting for Raging Bolt. Justin Burns. We cannot let Miraidon win. We cannot let Miraidon win. Unban me. I can't let Miraidon win, guys. It's not good for the Unite propaganda.
Normally against Miraidon, it looks pretty easy to just go for a Protect with both Pokemon, but one thing Rajan can do is hard switch the Incineroar out into Whimsicott. Whimsicott then applies Encore pressure. However, Justin can counteract that by going simply for something like Glacial Lands and Pollen Puff and immediately knock Whimsicott out if it switches in. And so there are a lot of mind games.
There's mind games.
Heavily emphasized where I think like the first 2 turns of this battle will really dictate the pace.
I really wish we had seen more
I don't know.
Right? Because having those 6 games under Justin's belt can really help figure out maybe how Rajan...
I don't know. What do they do, guys? It makes sense though, right? If he double protects on the fake out, but then if Rajan switched to Whimsicott and just Encores on the protect, that Pokemon has to swap, and that gives him the positioning advantage. But if he just stays in and attacks...
Yeah, so after we see this Terrestrial...
I don't know, it's confusing.
We get a chance to see how Justin is going to react to this. Because you said, like, so many options, but we're going to feel...
Tank Miraidon's actually the best build. I don't like calling it Tank Miraidon, because it's not actually a tank. But yeah, it's probably the best build for it. Maybe not Cookie, though. I don't know.
That allows you to resist electric type attacks from the opposing side. That's a really, really big deal because Miraidon just does way too much damage. So now at least you have 2 Pokemon on the field.
But I think Electro Drift with Guard is pretty good.
We've seen what this Miraidon is capable of, even though it's going in with resisted damage. This Volt Switch into the Amoonguss is still going to do over 50%. Like,
maybe like Spoon Guard Focus.
Grass typing's not helping you at all.
Yeah, that is so much damage, and that's one of the things that makes this Pokemon so effective. Of course, also setting up that Electric Train in the beginning of the game means that you don't have to worry about Spore right now, which is a really big deal. And so Farigiraf is going to switch in. It is going to get that defense boost from the Electric Seed as well.
I love this combo that he has, not gonna lie.
This terrain either.
Yeah.
And that's definitely going to be a big deal. That knockoff going to remove this clear.
Yeah, I don't know. Miraidon's just too insane.
You can actually stick those Intimidate drops with the Pollen Puff as well, right into the Incineroar, just helping to whittle it away, but calling, as you said,
I didn't do anything.
If it switched in.
Yeah, I think Rajan here doesn't fall for it this time around, and I suspect that may have happened in previous sets before, where Rajan now recognizes, hey, Justin knows this is the play that I can make, right? And so, yeah, ridiculous amounts of damage done into the Amoonguss immediately. And now we're in an interesting spot where Incineroar does put on offensive pressure onto both Pokemon from the opposing side. Getting rid of that clear amulet is also nice because it means you could potentially consider cycling Incineroar out and back in, and suddenly Intimidate will actually be effective. It's going to be Amoonguss starting things off with the Rage Powder just to make sure Flare Blitz does not go into the Calyrex slot.
Yeah, but it's gonna also take this Terra Blast from the Farigiraf. It's not
Yo, that did a lot of damage.
If it did,
Hey, Amoonguss is dead.
Calyrex vulnerable. The U-turn though, nice to be able to get that Incineroar out.
Yeah, so safe play there, get rid of the Amoonguss, now allows you to pivot Incineroar out and then back in. And that's a really big deal, right? I think it's weird that we don't see Intimidate happen very much into Calyrex Ice Rider anymore in this format because of Clear Amulet, but actually removing that can pay dividends. First of all, though, it's going to be Whimsicott coming out.
And that's super nice. At least you have the Focus Sash here to keep this Whimsicott on the field. So maybe you're able to go for something else like the Tailwind or even just an Encore, but it also kind of feels a little bad.
You can see how Justin is kind of playing around the threat of Encore, though, right? You just mentioned Encore, which I think is a really good point. And imagine it's like, oh, maybe you want to think about
Encore is such a good move too.
So fast on Rajan's side, but then if Trick Room gets set up, well, then you can just get Encored right into it. So the Whimsicott being able to pivot in can make this matchup really scary, but I think to Justin's credit, he's done a really good job of distributing damage so far with this Glacial Lance. Urshifu is now out on the field as well, and that does apply a lot of offensive pressure. And so for Rajan, it's all about trying to get Miraidon back in position properly where he can just sweep the game, but you've got to put in some work in order to get to that spot.
Right, and especially because of the Choice Scarf, though. Even though we're going to see the Farigiraf switch out and the
Is the Miraidon coming back? Oh no, Incineroar.
Still gets a chance to actually strike back as long as it has maybe even opted into trying to Surgeon Strikes the Incineroar, for example. But the Intimidate coming back out, landing onto the Calyrex. Here's the Tailwind now that we saw, and what is Urshifu gonna do?
Yeah, I think this is getting a little bit scary. It's actually gonna be U-turn coming out here instead of a Surging Strike. So of course there was the possibility of Surging Strikes Glacial Lance. You just get a double knockout there. It would cover for Farigiraf switching out as well. But Rajan opting to go for that U-turn, wants to get the Raging Bolt in, or Justin going for the U-turn, getting Raging Bolt in safely. And I think, yeah, a lot about this is also how do you properly position Miraidon so that it can actually do enough damage to knock out everything in the end game. Trick Room is actually going to get set up here, so
that's big for him.
Intuitive when you have Choice Scarf on the opposing side, but now you've got this Raging Bolt.
Because the other guy has Tailwind up, right? So his Trick Room is super OP.
However, you of course have to watch out for the Encore that can come out right now.
Yeah, the Calyrex is an Encore danger, but he could protect and the Raging Bolt could get the KO on Whimsicott, right?
It feels like Justin continuing to play into this matchup super well with all of that knowledge.
Yeah, I think one of the main things I'm watching out for here is the Encore mind games, right? You know your opponent is Encore, so is there any chance that you say, you know what, you're not actually going to click it, like, I know I have it. I think right now from Justin's end, he's got really good positioning, especially with Raging Bolts.
I don't know. I think he's just protecting on the Calyrex, right?
You really don't want to just get Encore locked.
Protect and then Raging Bolt hits into Whimsicott's spot.
Really, really crucial. It's Moonblast is the lock in there, and Calyrex
Oh, he just swapped. Okay.
does not want to get Trick Room Encored.
Okay, so it's going to be the Urshifu that takes its place, though. And so if the Whimsicott doesn't go down here, it's
Did he click Encore?
From the Whimsicott.
What did he click? What did he click? I don't even know.
Another pivot back into the Farigiraf, but that could be huge if this Whimsicott doesn't go down.
Yeah, it's going to be Thunderbolt immediately into the Farigiraf slot, boosted by that Electric Terrain, just gets the knockout immediately, and critically, no Encore coming out. So, yep, it's going to be...
Yeah, it wasn't Encore.
Will this get the knockout? It will!
Damn!
Wow, a one-hit knockout onto the Urshifu that had to take that Calyrex's place.
Little Whimsicott one-shotting.
With this Incineroar coming back in.
Yeah, this is interesting because you do get the Intimidate off, but where's the damage going to come from Rajan's end right now, right? Like, Whimsicott can Moonblast, but it's not doing... I mean, it'll do decent damage in Raging Bolt, but you're also slower than Raging Bolt, right? So right now, Incineroar has the ability to click Fake Out, of course, but this is really scary for Rajan because as soon as you get another knockout, like the Miraidon just has to come out and you can't protect with it either, right? So you can still see there's 2 turns of Tailwind, 3 turns of Trick Room, so Justin just has the absolute speed advantage. I really like how he approached this game where he's like, I don't want to set up Trick Room immediately, but as soon as he found the opening, he went for it. And Urshifu fainting there actually benefits him because you just get the free switch him back into Calyrex. So Incineroar can Fake Out to buy some time this turn, but the problem is that you also have to deal with Raging Bolt on the opposing side, and this Incineroar can't even protect.
Yeah, it's so tough. Like, the Selfless is also not really helping you here, I feel like, because the Raging Bolt still has so many boosts to its electric type attacks.
Yeah.
And with that Farigiraf down as well, you're threatened by that Thunderclap. There's no way to be able to stop that priority attack. So Justin already having the speed,
I don't know.
control.
It seems kind of cooked,
really
no?
struggling to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, I don't really see too much of an out here unless Justin makes an egregious mistake. It's just going to be fake out here to start onto the Calyrex. Encore here now, yep, onto the Raging Bolt, but I think Raging Bolt's happy about that, right? Like, it's
He was
free to just keep
clicking
right now,
Thunderbolt anyway, right?
Calyrex is going to flinch this turn. I do think that's the right target, but here's Thunderbolt coming out, targeting the Incineroar, and that's going to get a knockout.
And now, the exact situation as you were saying,
Okay, there's still 2 turns of Trick Room is the issue, right?
I feel very good about that. And at least you get to set up the electric terrain again. Does that actually help you, though, when you can't protect in front of these Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, the Encore was really nice, actually, to at least deny Draco Meteor this upcoming turn, and so, like, you can, Trick Room is about 10, and there's still 2 turns.
Two turns.
Like, Miraidon can't protect, right, and so, it's, like, right now, it's very easy to just go for Glacial Lance plus Thunderbolt, I think. That's super safe. For Whimsicott here, I think Protect is absolutely the right call. You need to Protect and then maybe go for Moonblast next turn. So then, my question is, how much does the Miraidon take from this Glacial Lance plus Thunderbolt? Because you should get a knockout in return this turn, at least.
Right. So Glacial Lance, I guess we'll figure out how much it does, but I'm really curious about that.
It's gonna do like 30% is my guess.
As the Miraidon's gonna take about 40, maybe 40%.
30, 40, okay, my calc's not bad.
He's gonna bring that Miraidon.
Okay, he lived.
That's a sliver of HP. That's a critical hit. That's wild. Draco Meteor does hit, though. So the Calyrex is going to get knocked out, but that's wild.
Okay, so yeah, committing to the Draco.
Wait, and his thing is Encore, so he can't Thunderclap, right?
Just going to lose against the Raging Bolt from the opposing side, and so there is an opportunity here. I mean, Tailwind Preda's out. Raging Bolt still has one more turn of Trick Room right now. It's also Encore, so I think what you can do here is just Thunderbolt into the Miraidon slot, and then like, you could target Whimsicott here as well, but then you risk like Draco Meteor, for example. The thing is, Encore ends after this turn, right? So if you knock out Whimsicott, you expect to survive Draco Meteor. What you can do is just Thunderbolt Whimsicott here, then Thunderclap the Miraidon. And so it's a question, I think, of how confident Justin is with how he's trained. He's going to opt to target the Miraidon instead, saying, I'm willing to take 2 Moonblasts. So is there any chance
Does he live 2 Moonblasts? Does he live 2 Moonblasts?
Well, or a 2-hit knockout.
Yeah, if it does over 50%, then we're feeling really good about that if you're Rajon, but Whimsicott using the Moonblast.
He's not
gonna bolt down to below 50%, and now that the Encore has ended, oh man.
Trick Room's over too.
I'm just wondering now, the mind games, right? Is there anything? I'm trying to think, like, if you Thunderclap, for example,
if you
Encore, is there any way for this Whimsicott to actually pull it off? Obviously, if you click Moonblast right now and Raging Bolt just clicks the Thunderclap, you are just going to feint to Thunderclap. So we're going to see Protect here. I think the Protect might, you try to maybe bait out Thunderclap, and then you can try to Encore into Thunderclap. Like, there's some weird shenanigans going on here right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, Thunderclap does have...
he can't, yeah.
Right?
So he needs to Encore the Thunderclap.
You just Protect now, bait it out, Encore it, and then you stall it out with, like, a cycling between.
There's a Thunderclap, though, so here we go. Now you can
Encore wait, he just Encores it, right? Yeah. He won.
Oh, my goodness.
He Encores the Thunder...
I think we're actually going to see Whimsicott take this first game.
Wait, but no.
Absolutely wild.
Because, yeah, you just stall it out now.
Yep.
Protect, Tailwind, cycle through all of those stats.
Oh, he's just going to PP stall it, right?
Going to fail. Oh, my gosh.
He actually just full PP.
This is a wild end to this first game. The Whimsicott trying to do its best. Thunderclap comes out again.
So now he's stuck on Thunderclap, and he just won't use an attack move because Thunderclap only works if you attack. So now he just goes through all his non-attacking moves until Thunderclap runs out of PP, and he just wins, right?
The Raging Bolt has to click Thunderclap.
Yep. Oh my gosh. I haven't been keeping a tally of all the Thunderclaps that have come out. Maybe I should have done that.
My God.
I think Encore mind games, or Encore in general, creates these like really weird situations. And yeah, you could see that Justin was a little bit disappointed when he saw the Protect come out, right? In that position, you could try to
what Justin needed to do was to not click Thunderclap. I think his, I know, but then it's 50-50, right?
So I'm trying to think, because
that's his hindsight 50-50. Can you burn the timer? I don't know.
So we'll have to see how this plays out, but for the next couple of turns, it's just going to be...
Okay, I need to go pee really bad. You guys watch the stall while I'll be right back.
All right, well, there's another one. Oh, what are we at, 4 now, I think?
I think that was...
4 or 5? 3? I don't know anymore.
Oh, we saw one on... We saw Thunderbolt earlier onto the Miraidon, so... Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Okay, so now you go for
just
2
do
and
it again.
you stall out
Fair.
another turn of Thunderclap, and then you encore again. I'm actually, I think the main thing I'm curious about is whether or not Thunderclap was PP maxed.
Yes.
This is like one of those very unique situations where there's like a reason to actually not go for full PP max, specifically to get around like encore shenanigans.
Oh my gosh. I'm thinking back to like Mikhail Kelsch is one of those players
Yes.
that did do that
At the
for
World
the World
Championships,
team.
that's
So
correct.
yeah, I remembered. Maybe taking a page out of the book, but I don't know. If I were Justin, I would have made sure that that was PP max.
Yeah, and I think like the one other thing to consider is like Justin theoretically could win on timer, but I don't think enough time enough time is like passed in this game
Right.
where it can come to that win condition right now. But that's just something to think about as we get to this end game. But this is wild. And it's very
Yeah.
clear for Rajan what to do, right? It's like you encore as soon as the encore ends, you go for non-attacking moves in those couple of turns, and then you're looking to just stall out Thunderclap. So I don't remember. I'm thinking the times, yeah, I mean, like whether or not Thunderclap is PP. I would assume it is PP maxed here, and so if Rajan is keeping count, then yeah, you'll know exactly, you know, at 8 hits, you just stall it out perfectly and then attack on the final turn.
Yep. My goodness.
This is so tense, though. I really thought like Justin was in such a winning position after
Yeah.
getting that trick room up, but Rajan, yeah, finding this Draco Meteor, connecting onto it, surviving that double up, removing that Clear Amulet early on to get that Intimidate was a really big deal as
helpful.
well onto a Calyrex Ice Rider.
And we've seen him come out of so many like top situations. I even just think back to his top 8 match that he just played.
Yeah.
And that was so wild. Top 8, top 4, just all of it has been absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, the key thing that you have to do right now if you're Rajan is just make sure you are keeping track of the number of Thunderclaps that have happened.
If I have the notebook out, I am actually putting tallies down.
Actual
for
tallies
every
down,
single
exactly,
one,
yeah.
Yes. Because then you know exactly when to attack. But it's hard because does he have that knowledge?
This is
from
still not
any of the
done?
previous games that Justin would have had the full PP.
Yeah, I'm also just wondering like how much time has elapsed in this game. Like,
Yeah, I was PP stalling IRL.
I don't think timer will end up being relevant here, especially because of the way, yeah, with like your time as well. You, even if you take, for example, like 45 seconds in a turn, you only can take up to like, you know, 2.5, 3 minutes.
Wait, this encore move is kind of
Of
nice.
course, there's like the animations in game as well, but I don't think that's enough time to actually buy a win here, right? And so we'll have to see. But for now, it's just another Tailwind coming out to stall out another Thunderclap PP.
Oh my gosh. What is that, 5 now? I actually did stop counting. Because I'm like, it's only a matter of time, right?
Yeah,
but there's
yeah.
only one more turn of the encore left. There's tons of tailwinds
So wait,
available
does-
for this Whimsicott to go for, so...
Does it,
Now you just start thinking ahead to the second game, though, right?
Yeah. I mean,
if it goes to time, Justin wins, right?
Like this, you don't give up if you're Justin, right?
No,
Because
not at
it's like
all.
all it takes is one mistake from Rajan's end, and you could maybe actually still end up winning. It's just
Marcel, thank you for the
2
prime.
+ 2 equals 22 Ender note.
2 + 2 equals 22.
and you know, like we
Thank you,
said,
homie.
don't expect it to come into play here, but who knows? We'll have to see if like the 3-minute mark comes up on
Thank you.
screen at any point. But this is,
Haven't seen it yet.
we're just kind of watching right now, slowly and surely, as the second round of Encore is about to end as well. And so I believe it was one Thunderclap PP committed initially. As yep, Whimsicott's gonna go for the Tailwind there.
So here's
There's
another one.
Thunderclap, yeah. So that should be 7 Thunderclaps committed at this point, I think, because there was the first one, Encore ends, now you just Encore again. Yeah, and then you Protect, and then you Moonblast, I think is the sequencing here. So
Still
let's see.
taking the time, though.
Rajan's got to make sure he's counted it properly,
Right?
though.
And now we get a chance to find out whether or not that was actually everything, I guess.
What if he didn't?
If there's 8, then we'll know.
What if he didn't fully PP max his Thunderclap, and it ends a little bit earlier than he would have thought?
What happens is you lose to struggle, right? Like if you end up tailwinding when there's no more PP and then you feint to struggle, that
So,
would feel really, really bad.
Thunderclap is a priority move if your opponent attacks you.
That should end up securing.
Otherwise, it doesn't work.
So let's just see. You know, at this point, it's just making sure.
So if the Whimsicott clicks an attack move, the Thunderclap priority will kill it.
True. Ooh, a Protect.
Okay.
Okay, does this change anything now? Because Whimsicott gets to use the Encore into the
You just Encore into the Protect then, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think you could just go for that and then,
Does
like...
it stall more time?
Yeah, that's
you
true.
You got triple Protect?
Totally, yeah. I mean, that's the out here. So, Raging Bull is going to go for the Protect. It's going to fail.
But
Here's
it goes
Encore
the
coming
Encore
out.
into it too. So if it fails now, then it is going to be...
Okay, so now he can attack, right?
Stalls for any more time, but we are starting to run out of your time. You can see that Justin only has 51 seconds remaining.
Yep.
And we
Like after he encores, then he can attack, right?
So another protect, but it might be an out here if you get 3 in a row.
Yeah, 2/3 chance now to just win the game immediately with Moonblast. We have reached the 3-minute timer, but the thing is, like you called out, Rosemary, your time is running dangerously low on the opposing side. So this turn alone can decide the game, right? Does the Raging Bolt get another protect off right now?
Does he get the protect?
If it does, we might be in for a more interesting end game. And so, oh my goodness, it's gonna go for it. It's not gonna get it. Moonblast here will be able to secure the knockout.
What a game, though. Unlucky.
We had here.
No way.
I would have choked, I think. If there's a showdown ladder.
Always win if he doesn't make mistakes, but it's still really stressful, right? Because all it takes is like you miscounting one thing or making one slip up, and Justin can still win. So that's why you don't give up from either player's position. But wow, that was such a fun game.
That was a good game.
So tense, so fun. I don't know how they're feeling about that. Roger's probably feeling pretty good about it, though, just being able to play out that end game, because it can still be really stressful. And I know you've been in situations like this before, but like, does that stress ever get to you? Do you feel like mentally?
I think, you know, it totally does, but you just have to remember to control your nerves. There's so many small interactions that made a big deal in this game. Like the first one was knock off into Calyrex Ice Rider. You get rid of that clear amulet, so Incineroar's Intimidate greatly.
I will say though, I really like Rajan's team. There's just something about the Electric Sea Giraffe that I really enjoy. Even though I want Justin to win.
Onto the Maridon as well.
What's up, Virus? I just think the Electric Sea Giraffe is so cool.
Whether or not the Raging Bolt could survive a -2 Drake.
To me, that just seems broken.
What you do is just simply Thunderbolt knockout Whimsicott and then Thunderclap knockout Maridon. So that damage calc is the one thing I'm actually very curious about.
It would be cool if we were able to figure that out maybe in this next game.
Let us know in chat. Do that calculation, because I don't know.
Somebody do the math for us, because we're not about to do that mentally from broadcast. But I also go back
Like Maridon more than Horse. Maridon just gives me nightmares, man.
And Justin actually played around that. Just targeting into that slot, maybe hoping that would be a knockout if the Whimsicott
What's up, Esteban?
Didn't.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a play that both players have seen before, so I wouldn't be surprised if like the line that Rajan took in that game was very different from maybe how he's approached the game previously, because at this point
We don't need to see a replay. Yeah, I don't know if we need to see a replay on the ending.
Now 4 times after this game, Justin also played against Aaron Trailer in top 8 in a 3-game set as well. So this is game number 8 against this composition, right?
Wow.
And there's the one key difference between Rajan and Aaron's team is that there's the Cornerstone Ogre Pawn here. And so Ogre Pawn could also be a difference maker because Justin did not have as much experience fighting against it in his previous round. But that was an exhilarating first game. Like, I cannot believe that Rajan was able to pull that one off. It was incredible after Justin set up that trick room.
Yeah, it's best of 3, yeah, it's best of 3. Coach Joe didn't, he just barely didn't make day 2. I think he needed to go 8-2 or 9-2, and he went 8-3 or 7-3. Like, he lost one more game in Swiss than he's allowed to. Sadly.
And Rajan with the Incineroar and the Maridon once again.
Yeah, I think this is kind of just the default lead for both teams, and so once again we have a lot of mind games immediately on turn 1, right? I think like at this point you probably don't really want to think about protect. Like, you got to be worried about the option of the switch in here. Calyrex is going to switch out. We saw a Draco Meteor being launched into that slot. It's Raging Bolt!
Uh-oh.
Calculation you wanted to figure out. We might be
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This is definitely going to get the knockout. Like, without a doubt. You just have to connect on it. What an incredible play.
Is he going to miss the Draco?
Rajan start this game with an immediate lead. Fake Out is going to go into the protect. You need the Draco Meteor to connect here. It's an absolutely
Don't miss. I mean, please miss. Please miss. Please miss. No, Justin.
Oh my goodness, what a
Ding ding.
Rajan specifically expecting the Raging Bolt to come out. I mean, Draco Meteor also just does a ton of damage on a Calyrex Ice Rider, but to get the Raging Bolt feels so good because now you've cleared the one Pokemon that resists the Maridon, or has a 4x resistance to it, right? Like, yes, there's Grass Terra, yes, there's a Mungus, but these Pokemon still take so much damage.
Probably expected Drift. So maybe, but I don't know.
There wasn't a Rage Powder or anything either.
Yeah.
Even still, Draco Meteor is going to do a lot of damage to that Amoonguss by itself, but that's still a huge Pokemon lead to take. The U-turn is going to come through into the Incineroar, so we get to see the 4th and final Pokemon for Justin in this game already.
Yeah, the U-turn here instead of Surging Strikes allows for some pivoting to go back out into Calyrex, but you're still staring down so much offense from the opposing side, right? And the Amoonguss feels so bad when there's Electric Drain up. That's one of the reasons why Miraidon is such a great pick. Not only
this is why I started getting annoyed by my Amoonguss team, by the team that had Amoonguss in it, because it like when you have Amoonguss, a lot of times your team doesn't have Rillaboom, which means you don't have a way to reset the electric terrain, which means you don't get to click Spore as often because you can't sleep in the electric terrain.
Into this game.
Yeah, I honestly don't really see much of an out here, especially with Pollen Puff going to Miraidon rather than self-target, because now
I think it's Jover.
The Calyrex, you switch in a Whimsicott, you just keep targeting the Calyrex slot, you ignore Amoonguss, right? And Ogerpon doesn't care for Rage Powder, so even if Urshifu comes back out, you just go for
I think it's Jover.
So the only way I can really see a loss at this point for Rajan is if it has to start with a Power Whip miss, honestly. And this electric terrain is just paying dividends, making Amoonguss feel so bad. But Calyrex here at least is going to pivot out, so the Urshifu here at least will be able to resist the turn, but you still have to deal with Tailwind plus Power Whip into that slot next turn.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough. Like, look at this Ivy Cudgel. It's already going to do like even a sizable chunk, even though it's not very effective. The Pollen Puff this time around from the
broke.
At least it breaks the sturdy ability.
I mean,
but with the Tailwind,
he had Surging Strikes anyways, though.
Just making sure that this Ogerpon is going to be faster. Still a call though that Rajan's making. Do you want to even just commit into the Urshifu with the Power Whip?
Yeah, I think Tailwind Power Whip is really safe. It is actually important to note though that it is Ghost Terror on the opposing Urshifu, and so like you do theoretically have a defensive Terror right now. I'm curious if it actually allows you to survive Power Whip. Depending on how Urshifu, I don't know, like that Ivy Cudgel did do a decent amount of
this matchup does seem kind of tough for him, right?
There's also the option of just going straight for Moonblast here.
His team doesn't deal with Miraidon very well.
That you are staring down, and so looks like Rajan actually thinking about going for the follow me option. The reason to go for this is because you don't want to risk missing a Power Whip, right? And that's what I was talking about.
This is actually a problem I was having when I was playing my Zamazenta team. Was the Miraidons were really giving me a lot of trouble, and it was actually mental booming me.
Hopefully Power Whip, but as we saw, it also covers for Moonblast here.
Yeah, nice to be able to get rid of that super effective damage, but the follow me too, I think you're okay with sacrificing the Ogerpon. It's kind of already done a lot of damage, and you get a chance to get a free switch into the Miraidon a little bit later. And this Whimsicott's getting away scot-free, because it's the Surging Strikes that this Ogerpon is going to take.
Totally, yeah, and Moonblast will still do reasonable damage. If this were Sludge Bomb Amoonguss, I actually think this game would look pretty differently, especially if Amoonguss were able to like get a poison here immediately, for example, but it can only click Pollen.
You see it when it electric drifts in. The problem is his CC, the only CC he has is sleep.
Okay, so
and you can't sleep in the electric train, just like in Unite.
Gets the knockout there. However, now you can switch into Miraidon, and what you can do is go for, I think, Tailwind, Electric Terra, Discharge. Like, obviously, it doesn't feel great to go for Discharge onto your own Pokemon, but at this point, it just does so much damage across the board. Amoonguss doesn't have a Citrus Berry either. You still have Terrain up, and so I think that's what I would opt for. The key thing here, though, is there's only one turn of Terrain.
Tim, you got the idea from? Yeah.
Then switch out the Urshifu and a Calyrex Ice Rider.
I mean, Hadron Engine in Unite is broken, as it is in this game. It's literally broken in the same way, right?
It's a little bit vulnerable to Rage Powder and Surging Strikes.
Yeah, I mean, the Rage Powder is already going to redirect away.
It's actually more broken in VGC if you think about it, because sleep is way more prevalent.
But I think importantly as well, like
and it also enables other Pokemon on your team.
I think critically here, so Rajan saying, you know, you might maybe switch Urshifu out into Calyrex Ice Rider. I don't care.
Field moves in Unite, it would lag too much is the problem.
But if you knock out Incineroar,
the game would actually not function if you had terrain in Unite.
Miraidon is timing your electric terrain turns perfectly, and so this is actually a dream scenario because now at this point you get the Miraidon back.
It actually, you know what's funny? They added weather to Heroes of the Storm a while ago. Like after the game had kind of died off, they added weather effects that would change depending on each game, and the rain in that game made it so laggy. I think they ended up getting rid of it.
It's like what you were talking about with the Power Whip miss.
And if they added weather in Unite, the game would not function. Like, it would just lag. It would just be, someone would rain dance, and the rain dance debuff would be that everyone in the game plays on 20 FPS instead.
Terra button.
I think so. Here we go. Terra electric discharge. I think we're just going to see 3 knockouts in 2 to 3 turns right now.
Yeah, nice that the Whimsicott gets a chance to keep its focus sash by going for the protect as well. So you're at least able to stop yourself from hitting your partner for 1 turn. But
yeah, the thing is lag in VGC is more of like a... It's more of like it just being a little annoying. Lag in Unite actually makes the game unplayable for many Pokemon.
This is why it's like I don't really call it a resistance, right? And honestly, even if Amoonguss survives, what is it going to do? It cannot even click Spore right now. So a beautiful endgame setup here by Rajan. It's going to be protect from the Amoonguss, but that's not really...
Rillaboom to swap train on Rhydon's good. That's one of my notes, right? I actually learned that just by raw playing, that the Miraidon... These guys don't play enough Showdown ladder. I'm telling you. If they played as much Showdown ladder as I do, they would know that you can't just go into the tournament without having your own terrain. I don't want to play VGC without having terrain and weather control. That's my new rule. Like, if Joe ever builds me a team, I'm telling him we need to have terrain control and we need to have weather control. I hate electric train and I hate psychic train. Grassy train is the best, okay? Just heal. Grassy train's nice. It heals everyone. It's super chill. Psychic train, what's that about, man? Can't use priority moves?
Miraidon's just looking to pick up every knockout. Justin recognizes, I've lost this. And Rajan with his Miraidon team will secure a spot in the finals as he chases his first...
Miraidon in the finals! They're gonna make it legal in Unite. Do you guys see why this is bad? Timmy's gonna look at this and be like, oh, all the people watching VGC are gonna be like, imagine you get to be the Miraidon. And it's gonna be legal next season. Misty terrain? I don't know what that one does. I've only ever seen grass terrain, psychic terrain, electric terrain. There's more? What does Misty terrain do?
Little Whimsicott could pull it off is so impressive, and Encore is a crazy move. That's what I was worried about when I saw the Thunderbolt get targeted into the Miraidon slot rather than the Whimsicott slot.
No status. Wait, it's just electric train without the damage boost, but...
Maybe some of those threats were just a niche pick from a while
weakens dragon moves and you can't get status if you're ground. Oh, wait, does it? Is there anyone in Regulation G that has Misty Train on Switch? Is there like Misty Surge or something like that?
Damage immediately like a Glacial Lance, right? Because the like the fake out, I believe, went into the Amoonguss slot that turn, but it was
no, okay.
Safe,
that's why I haven't seen it.
I mean, yeah, I think you risk, like, obviously Calyrex attacking on the opposing side, and to be able to just get Draco and get rid of Raging
Unite EXmon versus Funny Turtle guy in the finals.
Really tough Pokemon for Miraidon to fight against.
Only Tapu Fini? Okay. They should give Misty Train to something else. Primarina should get it. Misty Surge.
Terras is something we've seen, and then to just nail the Raging Bolt as it's switched in there, I mean, a beautiful, beautiful play.
Galarian Wheezing, I see.
Miraidon teams. After seeing Rajan play, I gotta do it. Like, I've gotta be a part of the sauce.
Honestly, like, I think when people think about VGC tournaments, from high...
Wait, are the finals today too?
Right? A lot of people take the approach as, okay, I'm gonna just use what I think is standard and like people can't really beat. So,
or is it done now?
Ice Rider team was exactly that. That core and really those 6 were already...
But sometimes the finals are on day 3, right?
So yeah. I think it was on top of a lot.
Oh, it's right now or lit?
This is the team to use.
Oh, we get to watch the finals then.
Rajan's team, on the other hand, utilizes an underutilized restricted Pokemon in that Miraidon. This team was definitely not on a lot of people's radar, and that's what we often call, like, trying to find, like, the call, right? Like, are you able to build an anti-meta team that counters what you think will be popular? And I think, yeah, both Rajan and Aaron Charler being able to pilot it to top 8, and now Rajan...
Is Galarian... Oh, it's not in Scarlet Violet. Okay, okay.
That for our first finals, it's going to be Miraidon versus Terrapagos.
Right? 2 of the newest restricted Pokemon that we have coming into Scarlet and Violet, and we really get a chance to see them on display. Would have been even more fitting maybe if it was Miraidon versus Koraidon, but...
Wheezing was in the Scarlet Valley DC? Yeah, didn't it have like an ability that was bugged or something? I saw a Wolfie tweet about it on Twitter, that it had like a bugged ability and they fixed it after his tournament, or after he played it or something.
I mean, like, its damage output has just felt absolutely insane throughout the course of this tournament.
Aaron Cybertron Zhang, yeah, he's cool. I've talked to him before.
So, turns out when you use some of the strongest...
I like Aaron Cybertron Zhang. He's a good guy.
I mean, I'm just even thinking about that, right? Because like taking a look at what this finals is gonna be, I also wonder about the Chi-Yu. How does that come into play?
Yeah, I'm pretty famous, you know.
If Aaron is gonna bring
I met Wolfie as well.
Yeah, I mean, Chi-Yu has been a really strong Pokemon for Andrew's team, and it's going to be like really fun because first of all, it's a testament to how many strong special attackers exist.
I met Wolfie.
Right?
You know.
You've got like Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Terrapagos, Tornadus, Miraidon.
You met my mom?
Blood Moon,
Did you?
And then,
when? No, you didn't.
Yeah.
One side of the field and then Ogerpon on the other. But huge props to Justin as well as we quickly recap the bracket once again. I think
you met Pikachu. What about it? True.
In Swiss, Justin got a lot of experience fighting against his team, but I think there's so much context to that set that we did not get to see, right? And both of these players have thought really, really hard about what they should do, and so I think those games probably look very different from like the first iteration when
you met your dad. His name is Ender. What? Your dad has the same name as me? That's messed up.
The concept of it has been so prominent in all of those online tours too.
Totally.
You have to know that Rajan has had a lot of experience and has prepped game plans into that team.
There's one other crazy thing I want to call out here, which we didn't note during game 2 because it was so hype. The Amoonguss on Justin's team is Fairy Terra. So imagine if it went actually for Fairy Terra on turn 1. That completely makes the Draco Meteor useless, and then the Miraidon is caught in a really awkward spot.
Oh, he could have Terra Fairy Rage Powder turn 1.
Draco Meteor is really hard.
I mean, that's a hard read though, right?
Rajan had consistently kept clicking electric type attacks, right? It's so easy to go for Volt Switch or Electro Drift in that position. And so when you're already down a game, do you really want to bank your Terra immediately on turn 1 just for the hope that Draco Meteor is going to come out? Probably not, but of course we saw Fairy Terra. The other thing is like there was also Fake Out onto that slot on turn 1, right?
Where do we get the membership socks from? So one of my first ever streams on Twitch, I did a socks tier list on from the socks that are in game in Pokemon Unite, and I remember people really liked it. I was like in between a tournament, and it was like a long wait, so I did a sock tier list. And I mean, I wasn't partnered then, so I didn't have badges. And people just were like, someone, actually a viewer, was like, oh, what if I drew you some socks as sub badges? And I was like, sure.
I know, we cannot wait.
There's no Unite today. I will play some Unite when this is done, bro.
But that'll have to be after the short break, so don't go anywhere.
Updated sock tier list. There's too many socks now. It was in a simpler time.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide.
Yeah, there's way too many socks. Guys, I'm still kind of boomed from these groups in Unite. All right, guys, so who are we rooting for in the finals of this VGC tournament? It's the Turtle, the Terra Turtle, versus Miraidon. Not Miraidon. Oh yeah, there's no Unite tourney today, no. That's next week now, next week. Miraidon the GOAT. Is there a Raging Bolt? I don't know if the Terrapagos guy is running Raging Bolt. He might be. The Seed Giraffe is so cool though, right? You wanted neither of them to get the win? I mean, honestly, I wanted Zamazenta to win, but there was a Zamazenta in top 8, right?
Has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent
When I'm in Hawaii, go to Leonard's Bakery for the Malasadas.
Offensive Pokemon to really like overwhelm my
I will write that down.
And I really want to opt into that.
I don't know what that is, but if I have the time to, I might.
Hitting my opponent with moves like Surging Strikes immediately.
Are all the other regions playing from groups to grand finals? For which game? Yo, Utah, je raid. Merci pour la raid.
Urshifu
Bienvenue
they have amazing synergy
à la
with They're great
stream
with each
de
other,
Ender.
often letting you like play not only long games, but long games where you're
Je suis le meilleur
And with another surging
du
strike
monde.
targeting down that Urshifu.
D'accord?
He doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I lost to before was Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some like creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which.
So for Unite next weekend, all the other regions are having their regional finals. Yeah. Saturday is going to be the group stage. So from top 16 to top 8 on Saturday, and the top 8 bracket will be on Sunday.
I really like the flutter main adjustment there from Sheppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm
Seal eggs. That's a good joke.
to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays.
If you know any French people, a funny joke is ask them to translate the word seal, egg, from French to English. You could go do it on Google Translate right now. You'll see what it is.
I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been.
This guy's my homie too. Chupa Cross. Chupa. I like him. I would root for him if he was here.
That I really am one of the best in North America.
Chupa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship.
His first regional championship he won in Toronto, and that's the only region VGC regionals I watched in person. How cool is that?
It's great to show that I can stand up there with the best. We've had some phenomenal.
Not only did he win the regionals in Toronto, but I won a giant Pikachu in Toronto as well. I played all the side events and I got enough tickets to win a huge Pikachu, which I gave to Palace.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of
It was like
recover after the tournament,
like this big,
as well as taking time
like that big Pikachu.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that
Top 16 EU is already decided. Yeah. Top 16 of every region's already decided.
See what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your match.
That's good advice. Play a deck. Here's my advice, okay? If you're gonna play Pokemon TCG, I would recommend to play a deck. I would say play a deck. Palace said I used Unite Clout for the last ticket. No, I didn't use Unite Clout. I used Ender Clout. Okay? So we were short like 1 ticket. Literally, we needed 1 more ticket to be able to claim the big Pikachu. I counted all our tickets. And I went up to the guy that was hosting the last side event. And it was like one of these, you know? I was like,
with each other and against, you know, whatever you see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve.
You think I get an extra ticket, bro? I need 1 more, bro, please. And then he did one of these.
Learning matchups, those things.
He just gave me the last ticket.
My brother what I
He just handed me a ticket.
He's helped me out a lot through the past few years, you know.
It was shady for sure, but we needed 1 more, okay? And all the events were close. So I couldn't go and play another one. Why am I outing them like that? It's okay. It's okay. I won't name them. I won't name them. Palace was sitting there. She was so sad. She's like, no, we need 1 more. It's okay. We'll get some other things. And I was like, what are you talking about? Do you know who I am? Like, I didn't say I'm Ender, Pokemon Unite, blah, blah, blah. The guy didn't know who I was either. But like, I'm not just gonna... I'm a go-getter, okay? If we're at a restaurant and we need a glass of water, I'll get you the glass of water, okay? You just gotta be confident. If we gotta sneak backstage somewhere, I'm your guy, okay? Oh, look, it's me. What am I doing here? Why was I on screen? That's pretty cool. It was me. Oh, it's me again. Oh, it's an NAIC promo. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool.
It's about time to get underway with the grand finals here at the Indianapolis Pokemon Regional Championships. Rajan Ball and Andrew Zhang about to face off, and the crowd has been great. So, of course, have to talk to them with who they think is going to be taking the title, who they're cheering on. All of y'all, thank you so much for being here with me. Say your name, who you're rooting for, and why.
Hi, my name's Adit. I'm rooting for Rajan Ball. I've rooted with him for the last 2 regionals I went to, and he's a really great human being, a great person, great player, and I know he's been working really hard on Miraidon, so I'm excited to see him electrify the competition.
Electrify the competition.
Trophy you got in there too. Take a step forward. Who you're cheering on? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Owen, or Doc Fusion Online. I think I'm going to root for Andrew this time around. The Miraidon on the other side, while it is like an instant nuke button a lot of the time with the Electro Drift and the Volt Switch that we've seen.
It's cringe.
Being able to
Say Miraidon's cringe.
Seeing as Miraidon almost always Terra's electric, that Terra Starstorm is going to be doing big damage. So I think Terrapagos, all of its tools are just perfectly countered that Miraidon's going to struggle a lot.
All right, 1 for 1 so far out here in the crowd.
Wait, isn't it kind of cringe
What's your name? Who you're rooting
that the 2 new restrictors are in the finals?
I'm going to be rooting for Rajan. I think it was really cool to just see how Miraidon has been such a nuke button. Watching it do over 50% to an Amoonguss with Volt Switch.
I don't like that.
Kind of leaving me just awestruck, just being in the audience, seeing that. I also think that
Is Terrapagos pay to win? I mean, technically, right? Because you have to buy the DLC.
Came out, and I'm glad to see it finally get
You don't need the DLC to play the other team.
Making sure the new regulation, everyone has the time to shine. Thank you. All right, what's your name? Who you rooting for?
Hello, I'm Daryl. I'm rooting for Rajan. I just believe that Miraidon, I'm a Miraidon lover. Even though some streamers and pro players rate it a little bit lower, I love it's finally getting the shine it loves. Terra Electric has just been so...
VGC players are kind of noobs though, right? Because none of them were saying Miraidon was good.
What's your name? Who you rooting for?
My name's Autumn. I'm rooting for Rajan. I ran a Miraidon team myself yesterday with Terra Electric. I love the damage that it does, and I've got my friend here that I won.
Oh, she does have a Miraidon plushie.
So I think Miraidon all the way.
We need some more love for Andrew out here is all I'm saying. A lot of love for Rajan and the Miraidon. What about you over here? Who you rooting for?
Brody, I'm going for Rajan because I've just been a Miraidon supporter since the beginning of the format. I've been saying Miraidon's gonna do it. I've seen people rate it lower and lower and lower. The boy's gonna do it.
All right, we're so close. What about who you rooting for?
Who's Alisa?
I am also going to root for Rajan because Miraidon and I have, he's taken me everywhere through the whole Paldea region on his back, and I am, however, also looking forward to seeing a Terra Hyper Beam.
Oh, is that the...
Tropicos, though, so...
Oh, it's black and white electric gym leader. I see, I see.
I'm hoping we got some Andrew fans out in the crowd, but it's time for our grand finals to head on over to our casters.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
Oh, nice. It's Wolfie and Aaron Cybertron Zhang. That's cool.
VGC Regional Championships. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and I'm joined by Wolf Click to close out this tournament with all of you, and I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited.
That's Wolf Click to you. I want a middle name as well.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse you. Yeah, Aaron,
Wolf
what an
Click.
incredible tournament we've seen here. We've seen so many incredible matches, so many...
That's really exciting, actually.
...of these different restricted Pokemon, and you can see the bracket here. So many talented trainers.
This is an incredible one.
It had to be. Sometimes I feel like games get the matchups wrong for casting, but this is good.
This finals features Andrew Zhang against Rajan Ball. Neither have won a regional championship before, and it's going to be such an exciting way to kick off this brand new format because there's no Calyrex Ice Rider.
I was about to say, there's no Calyrex
Shadow Rider.
No horses.
No horses.
The horses have been lost. If you have lost your horse, they're not here. I'll tell you that much. We are going to be dealing with here as we see the teams on.
Am I going to NAIC? I am, yeah.
Versus Miraidon.
Anyone else going to NAIC?
Actually added in Scarlet and Violet.
Wait, so is it actually his brother?
Are using Tailwind.
It's not, right? It's just a coincidence they have the same name?
Yeah, it's just, let me push Tailwind, let me just start dealing massive amounts of damage.
You guys are? Okay, well, make sure you find me, stop me, and say hi.
He's got in top 8, of course, at this regionals, top 16
okay.
at Orlando regionals, and so, of course, playing now for his first regional championship victory, and I'm so excited.
Mentally projecting yourself? True. But if any of you guys are going to NAIC or Worlds, make sure you stop me.
Tornadus paired with Chiyu before, but I'm sorry, Terrapagos paired with Chiyu before, but having Tornadus for Tailwind, and all the speed support is really interesting to me. You have the booster Speed Energy Flutterman with Icy Wind, Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, and then you also have this really interesting sword.
You see a floating aura in a corner? I'll keep an eye out.
On Amoonguss, and so I think that there's actually a lot of really interesting choices.
Okay, so this guy has Terrapagos, Tornadus, Amoonguss, Water Bear, Chi-Yu. I don't like Chi-Yu. I don't like the Firefish.
Absolutely. Now taking a look at Rajan's accomplishments. He is no stranger to being in the finals before, losing in the Toronto Regional Finals back in 2018, having finished in top 4 and top 8 of regionals. He's come so close to winning regionals in so many different years. This might be his chance to secure his first championship title.
Hyper Beam, is that unusual? Why is that unusual?
This is actually Rajan's third
top 8. Wow,
yeah, I know
that's
because
right.
I knocked him out. Sorry about that, Rajan. But here he has another chance to take home the title.
Why is Hyper Beam weird?
Miraidon team that we've seen a couple of times on stream. It's a restricted Pokemon that people were underestimating going into this event. People said, hey, Miraidon, it's not only is it not really top 5 restricted, it's not even better than Koraidon, but Rajan and some of his friends have, I think, shifted that narrative quite a bit, and we've seen the power of this Terra Electric Choice Specs Miraidon when paired with these other powerful supporting Pokemon.
U-turn Incineroar? Yeah, because he's Assault Vest. He's Assault Vest Incineroar.
Ursaluna, Blood Moon.
If he wasn't Assault Vest, he'd have Parting Shot, right? But how do you vote on mobile? Try clicking the eggs button on near the chat bar. That might pull up the prediction for you. Otherwise, I'm not too sure, sorry.
Right, Rajan has a lot of different leads that you can go with. For example, you could go with Whimsicott plus that Miraidon. You could go with Farigiraf plus Miraidon as well. So one of the questions for Rajan is, do you want to commit to Tailwind or do you want to commit to Trick Room, actually?
That's right. I mean, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Trick Room is so scary for Andrew's team, but can he get there? Incineroar and Miraidon are the leads from Rajan against Terrapagos and Fluttermane on the other side from Andrew.
So right now, I think the Terrapago slot is in a kind of spooky position, right? Because it's Choice Specs, and so Fake Out can easily get launched in that spot. Miraidon can start just dishing out massive amounts of damage. The idea behind this lead is ideally to just go for
so Hyper Beam, you can't do anything your second turn. You Hyper Beam, right? That's how that works?
Not exactly the most offensive variant.
Like it puts you on cooldown?
It's interesting because normally we've seen a lot of players be just really willing to hold their
Wait, so why is he Hyper Beam? Why would you do that?
It's actually a little bit different because Miraidon, it's not so tank. Like it'll probably take some chip damage at some point, and so maybe you don't really.
Isn't that bad?
Like I don't know, like becoming weak to Terra Star Storm. You could probably afford it a little bit more here. So there's a lot going on here. Miraidon's threatening a KO with Terra Electric Volt Switch.
Big boy damage.
In return.
Doesn't Terrapagos already have big boy damage moves though?
The turn is starting here. We do see a Terrastalization right out of the gate. Which Pokemon is Terrastalizing?
It is going to be the Miraidon to start.
That's right, Miraidon going to Terra Electric. I like this decision a lot. You not only increase your damage output, but you also turn off your fairy weakness with Miraidon. I think Miraidon's probably got to be the star of the show here. Totally. And on the other end, here we see a Terrastalization right away on turn 1 before any Pokemon is even attacked. Here is Terrapagos Terrastalizing, turning off the Terra Shell, saying, you know what, I don't really think I need to take Not Very Effective. I'll probably take a Fake Out this turn anyway, and importantly, removing
he turns off the electric train, right?
Maybe the only ability in the game that can actually remove the terrain. So Miraidon just lost a huge chunk of its damage output.
Here we go. It's going to be Fake Out. That's really safe into the Terrapagos slot. Moonblast is going to come out, but because of that Terra, Miraidon will survive. Critically actually doing...
Is he going to take a lot of damage here, though?
Anyway, but Volt Switch now, of course, will do increased damage here. Actually targets the Terrapagos, and that's a lot of damage on what is the star on Andrew's team.
Where did Terrapagos' health go? Aaron, it was there a second ago. Where is it now? Well, that might look pretty bad. Okay, it is pretty
That's scary.
Interesting Whimsicott switch in here. The thing about this is that, like,
single elimination? I think it makes it more exciting.
Got a decent chunk of health left. The problem is that, like, Incineroar with the Assault Vest is actually a really good matchup against this Terrapagos, just taking meaningfully less damage. So Whimsicott can set.
Isn't it over already?
Fluttermane could make things a little bit difficult.
His EX Pokemon's almost dead.
Probably won't, but.
And the other guy's EX Pokemon's hiding.
I was gonna say if it was like really invested in attack, like Flare Blitz actually gets that.
Wait, this lead is so cringe though. You just have a Fake Out guy and then your Terra guy can Volt Switch away.
Doesn't feel great, but Whimsicott's going to offer the Protect here, so this of course will conserve its.
Why did we lead what we leaded?
But like you mentioned, Wolf, it's Assault Vest on the Incineroar, so really don't expect it to do that much damage.
Yeah, we saw a non-Terra Star Storm KO and Incineroar earlier one hit. I think this will do meaningfully less. Let's see, does this Choice Specs boosted? How much is it going to do?
Oh my god, that's really
it's
not
not
very
a 1-hit
much.
KO. And U-turn coming out, I love this from Aaron. Aaron basically saying, you know what, Incineroar, sorry, not Aaron, Rajan. I got confused with all the Miraidon we've been seeing. Rajan saying, you know what, yeah, Incineroar, I don't think I can get the KO, so I'm actually going to use Incineroar to switch in another Pokemon safely. Miraidon,
How broken is Volt Switch?
again, the Tornadus does not have Protect. It also does not have the Focus Sash. So,
And now the hard-on engine is back.
Do you ever just Tailwind and discharge?
Yeah, I do, baby. Let's go, Miraidon. Let's see a magic trick. I would love to see some Pokemon disappear here because there's no way around that. Yeah, you can also go for Tailwind and Volt Switch, which is pretty safe, but it feels like removing the opponent's speed control in a single attack just feels so valuable. And we're actually seeing something really interesting. You can see there's Chi and Fluttermane in the back for Andrew's side, which means there's no physical attacker, which means
that's right.
Incineroar's
looking
very
so
dangerous
good.
with that Assault Vest. Yeah, we're seeing kind of one of the weaknesses of loading up on having all one type of attacker, physical or special. Obviously, Andrew does have the Urshifu, but if he doesn't bring it to the battle, there's not that many Pokemon that can hit these bulky.
I feel like it's already over, no?
You can't protect either. It's a choice card variant, so you're just gonna get dunked on. Tailwind is going to come out, so I think right now from both ends you just have to kind of set up that Tailwind, right? Make sure like you don't get outspent.
Isn't it over?
So very straightforward decision. Is it that discharge we were talking about?
It's Volt Switch. I think this is a safer play, right? You can serve when it's called Focus Action. Actually, Aaron, something we didn't mention.
Bro, the turtle's gone already.
Rajan is now exerting.
How does Andrew not Cybertron Zang even win?
Because it's already Terastallized, so it doesn't have that option. There's no Mental Herb to stop the Encore. So even though like Miraidon, yeah, like it didn't, you know, like it doesn't actually like KO both Pokemon. Maybe it doesn't need to.
What does he have in the back, or Shifu?
In this awkward spot where it's like, yeah, you're out on the field, but you're facing down Encore. You don't just give Andrew 2 free switch-ins into Fluttermane and Chiyu immediately.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the question I also had is, what do we think Rajan's final Pokemon is here? Because I think you could make a good argument for, of course, that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but you, of course, could also bring that Cornerstone Ogerpon.
Yeah, and
there it is.
Ogerpon.
Really good final Pokemon in terms of offense.
Really nice. Yeah, Chiyu.
Oh, he's Chiyu. Okay, no, he's not Urshifu.
Ivy Cudgel and even Fluttermane. I mean, like Fluttermane, it doesn't have the booster energy anymore, and yeah, like I think it's possible it could actually take a meaningful bit of damage from the Ivy Cudgel. With a critical hit, it would definitely KO, and I think we've seen even some Fluttermane go down without a critical hit. So it feels like Rajan is really in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and so you can see the Icy Wind hover here and the switch into Chiyu. The idea behind this is so that you don't get Encored, but Rajan could go for something like Encore plus the Ivy Cudgel into the Tornado slot. I think that play is relatively safe.
Yeah.
If you do that, of course, you do end up eating up the Icy Wind, but you still have all of your Pokemon, so maybe you're okay just getting a knockout right now.
That's right. Yeah, I think that like Rajan, because he didn't discharge into his own Whimsicott's Focus Sash is still intact.
Right.
The reason that's relevant is that Rajan, if he plays his cards well, he might be able to set up a second Tailwind and allow Miraidon to
fully just sweep. If you get another Tailwind up when Tornadus' Tailwind is gone, that's
I mean, Discharge will end the game on its own, right?
They are allowed to name their mons. They are.
Yes, Fluttermane Moonblast did not KO the Miraidon because actually no Encore coming out here.
I'm pretty sure they are at least.
Incineroar coming back in here saying, you know what? I think you're going to switch out.
I saw some named mons.
Switch out Ivy Cudgel into that slot. Most likely will pick up a KO and just preserving the fake out pressure for another turn because Incineroar is so safe here. What's it going to do? Take a Moonblast from no item, no boost Fluttermane? It's not in any real danger here. As Chiyu switches in, the question is, we know that Fluttermane went for the Icy Wind here. It most likely will move first. The question is,
did he cudgel?
Go for?
Oh.
Actually, okay. It's a bit of a surprise, but actually Rajan preserving the sturdy and stalling out the Tailwind.
Critically. Exactly. You were just talking about the point of setting up another Tailwind. Well, this stalls out a turn from both ends, but now Chiyu is awkwardly stuck on the field. Fake out plus Ivy Cudgel now into Chiyu feels really safe. What do you do to get around that,
There's
right?
no Ghost Terra because Terrapagos has already used the Terastallization. There's no real way around that, and if you switch into Tornadus to try and survive, well, then you've lost your Tailwind setter. I mean, your Rhino situation we talked about becomes a lot.
He lost, man.
So I love that play from Rajan. He does not know what the last Pokemon is. It could
He named it Thunder Glock. That can't be allowed.
You know what? I'll get fake out pressure this way. Like, I'm not in any danger. Let me just make a really smart and safe switch. And you can see Andrew reacting here saying, I can't lose Chiyu. It's like one of my only offensive Pokemon. If I lose Chiyu, I've got Fluttermane with, not that much special attack, and Tornadus, who only has a flying move and is clearly very bulky. So, yeah, like, feels pressure to save the Chiyu. But now, if Tornadus goes down this turn, this
Tailwind just from Whimsicott.
Yeah, like Tornadus needs to survive.
Oh my goodness.
Incineroar might even be able to take another one. Fluttermane is one of the strongest new Pokemon introduced, but Incineroar doesn't care about the Assault Vest.
On to Tornadus. That's not really a surprise, but that is huge because Rajan has conserved his Whimsicott. So it is a 4-2 lead for Rajan right now. Andrew, however, does have 2 really fast Pokemon, but the problem is you have to deal with a potential second Tailwind from that Whimsicott. You've got to deal with Miraidon that's waiting in the back as well. Electric Terrain is slowly going to expire, but Rajan's done such a good job of...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game was just over from turn 1 though, right? Who is supposed to carry on your team if you lose your EX?
With my first wave, but here's
He lost his EX.
Spiky Shield comes out. The Spiky Shield U-turn play is completely perfect here. There's no way for it really to get punished because even if Incineroar were to faint here, which, you know, is a possibility, right? It doesn't really matter because then you get a free switch into Whimsicott as the Tailwind expires. Tailwind, Ivy Cudgel, and Chiyu is completely safe.
And the game's
you
just
can see the
over.
Icy Wind. I don't think
This is not going to KO.
but
There's no way.
Yeah, Rajan has just managed his resources exquisitely
Perfectly,
here.
honestly. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. Something really interesting is that Rajan has basically 2 Focus Sashes with the Focus Sash on Whimsicott and actually the Sturdy on his Ogre Pawn.
Yep.
So he has 2 Pokemon that each need to take 2 attacks to get KO'd, and yeah, just like with so much, like he doesn't.
He just stalled out the Tailwind, and now he gets his own Tailwind, and he wins, right?
Like multiple attacks, Incineroar, Ogre Pawn, Whimsicott, that he was able to really control the speed of the battle at the pace that he wanted to go.
I just love watching this. Like, Tailwind just peters out, so Whimsicott comes out just at the right time. I mean, at this point, like, Miraidon maybe isn't even necessary to win the game, but you just go for Tailwind, you go for Ivy Cudgel into Chiyu. There's no way Fluttermane's going to be able to pull it off, and so Andrew recognizes that. To me, this game just started off with turn 1. The fact that Terrapagos ate up like 60% of its health and did no damage.
That's what I'm saying.
He can't let that happen again, and I think Amoonguss not coming out from Andrew's end punished it a lot because he had no defensive switching on turn 1.
That's right. There's the only Pokemon on this team who really feels even remotely comfortable taking a Volt Switch, let alone could possibly survive.
How can you start the game though?
Like this Fluttermane, I could Taro and Volt Switch,
like,
but I think I'd rather get the
where
because once you're restricted Pokemon,
if the guy brings his EX Pokemon in the lead, you just lose. That can't be allowed, right?
That can switch after your opponents have already moved. Whimsicott, Miraidon with Terra, Ogre Pawn. These Pokemon don't want to take Choice Specs, Terra Star Storm, but with Incineroar they don't have to. Incineroar can take that damage.
I feel like maybe it's just the matchup is too hard for him.
Such an effective strategy, I think, and I'm not surprised to see Rajan taking game 1 here.
Yeah, I think like one of the things we were talking about before this game started and before we started casting was, you know, Amoonguss. Amoonguss feels really weird to bring into a matchup when your opponent has Miraidon, but you have that Terrapagos to get rid of electric terrain for 1 pivotal turn. So if you're able to do that and land a key Spore, that could be huge. What you obviously then have to worry about is, let's say Miraidon...
You feel like Terrapagos not that strong? I feel like it's strong. It has so many good tools, right? Its passive before it Terras is like a broken multi-scale. And then when he Terras, he gets rid of all the weather and the terrain, like just deletes it. And it makes his main damage move into a spread move. And it does super effective damage no matter what it's hitting.
But like, if you start bringing Amoonguss, Fluttermane, Tornadus, like Terrapagos, you can quickly run into a position where if anything happens to
Isn't that crazy?
Your damage output is so limited. Fluttermane with no, like, it's not trained to be offensive, it's trained to be support. Tornadus trained to
Hey, Miraidon, Whimsicott, Terrapagos, Amoonguss. Okay.
Amoonguss has hit the field, so the Amoonguss here does 2 things, right? First of all, if you are able to go for the Terra Starstorm, or go for the Terra, get rid of the terrain, then you can Spore, for example, right now in the Miraidon slot. But Miraidon
Here's the gameplay. We Terra, and then we press Spore on the right side. That's what I'm saying. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Like, this could be it. Maybe you have the feeling. Maybe you say,
I knew it.
Okay, I think he heard you. He's taking a little bit slower now.
Okay,
Aw.
thinking about the move a little bit more, taking a second to lock in, that's important. These players, this is their dream. They came here and they said, I want to
Click the Spore, man.
So many players came in hoping, wanting, praying to win the tournament, and this could be the moment. Andrew's still in this. He's down a game, yes, but it's not over. Interesting. Terrapagos terrestrializes first. No terrestrialization from Miraidon. A different tact from Rajan this game.
Okay, so this is going to get rid of the electric train for 1 turn. And
That was his chance to press the Spore, man.
Then bring it back in. But critically, there's no Spore coming out here anyway. I expect Volt Switch. Okay, Whimsicott protects. I was going to say Volt Switch here and then go out into Ogre Pawn seems relatively safe, which would cover for Spore. That's exactly.
Oh wait, is Ogre Pawn part grass?
So much damage, but this time there is that Pollen Puff coming.
Maybe I thought Ogre Pawn wasn't grass, but he is grass, right? Yeah, okay, that's why he didn't Spore. That's why he didn't Spore. That's why he didn't Spore. Okay.
That Andrew went for the Spore, and he almost did go for the Spore, so he brings in the
I thought it might not. I thought he had no more grass Pokemon in the back.
A ton of damage and will break the Sturdy on the Ogre Pawn and Amoonguss. If it had gone for Spore, this game would be extremely bad. Just a lot of damage. But Pollen Puff keeps the Terrapagos' health high, and all of a sudden,
He's back to full now.
I love that self Pollen Puff. I think it's, you know, it feels so tempting to go for that Spore, but you know, you saw Ogre Pawn in game 1, so it's so
nice.
There's no way Rajan just lets you get that Spore off, and so really great decision making to
Just click the Terra Starstorm again, man.
in that first game was that Terrapagos just ate up so much
Terra Starstorm, Pollen Puff, do it.
1 hit away from getting knocked out essentially.
Oh.
Now, you're applying a lot of pressure pressure. That Starstorm will get the
I don't think you can click Spore, bro.
Into Whimsicott here as well. And so, what does Rajan do right now?
I think he Terra rocks Ivy Cudgel and Moonblast into the thing, the Terrapagos. It could be a mistake, but you're not going to Rage Powder in front of two grass type Pokemon, right? The thing is, that's the question for Rajan, right? We as casters, we have the very nice advantage of we're not
Tailwind.
players. Whimsicott goes for Tailwind. It looks like Rajan wants to go for an Ivy Cudgel into the looks like the Amoonguss actually.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I did a lot.
Bit of damage on the Amoonguss here. That might be Terra Electric discharge range, and because Terrapagos is already terrestrialized, the advantage of that for Rajan is that there's no other clear way to override Electric Terrain anymore. There's no Rillaboom on this team.
Did he pull in the Whimsy?
It's about to go back in its Pokeball, and we're going to see the final two Pokemon. We know Miraidon's one of them. So.
Oh, man, what a play.
This is so different from Game 1. I love it. What a finals we're watching right now.
And it all hinged on that turn 1. If that had been Spore,
He did.
I legitimately think would be over.
Yeah.
I think if it had been Spore and the Ogre onto it.
Because you double off onto the
Moonblast, Ivy Cudgel, no risk.
Exactly.
Like, you switch anything switched in would get KO'd because Amoonguss is the only Pokemon that can switch into that double up. I think Miraidon comes back out.
Crit mattered.
Or is it Incineroar? What did Rajan switch to?
It's Incineroar, okay.
So that means that there is no ability to go for that discharge here unless, well, I shouldn't say no ability. It's just not an ability that I would...
It's a Solvents Incineroar. How much do you think that takes a discharge?
I can take a discharge, but I probably can't take multiple. We have a full HP Terrapagos here. We have a Moonguss.
Okay, 3 turns of Tailwind.
Not over. We have seen what Miraidon can do, but Rajan probably has to end this game before the Tailwind expires, or I think that there's going to be a lot of trouble in Miraidon land.
Yeah, I think this turn is really key to pay attention to. It's just like, what does Andrew do to respond, right? Because like Rajan has gotten the setup that he's wanted. You've gotten the Tailwind up, you've gotten Miraidon out. I think Miraidon
Switch your Tornadoes, click Rage Powder.
What's in the back can be a little bit
Is that a gameplay?
Just really strong electric type attacks are so consistent to go for, and so yeah, I think right now for Andrew, you're looking to just make sure you don't lose too many resources too quickly, and so protect.
You're used to the bad ones on Soul Ladder. I mean, it's fine. I don't know what's going on in VGC either.
Yeah, this is also a bait, because if Rajan decides to go for a Terra here, then Miraidon will no longer be able to survive the Terra Star Storm. So Rajan has Fake Out Pressure only available on this turn. Here's the booster energy. Did Miraidon Terra? This is the first trap. If Rajan fails it, he will most likely lose the game. Let's see what happened here. There's no Terra, but who did he target? This is important. He probably needs to take a KO this turn. Fake out into the Amoonguss.
Okay.
I feel like it has to. Oh no, to the Fluttermane. I'm sorry. Is it Electro Drift? It's Electro Drift.
But it goes into Amoonguss.
That might be a problem, Aaron.
I think this is game now, right? He's gonna run out of Tailwind turns.
Out for nothing. You can protect Fluttermane now, even sacrifice Amoonguss, then bring out Tornadoes, for example, set up Tailwind, and so, yeah, I mean, to your point, there was at least no Terra from Miraidon, so it's not like you get baited into it.
But now that he knows he can't discharge, he can also Rage Powder, bring in Torn, right?
So the question is, can Rajan make enough out of these two turns? He's still applying a lot
Or
of
he,
pressure right now.
or he could just sack them.
The icy wind hover here. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like
just
you
Rage
have
Powder.
such a big lead that you probably can turn this around. The question is, how do Miraidon and like it's a little bit tricky because Miraidon here, if it takes an icy wind, then it's probably slower than the Fluttermane, but it's still probably faster than Terrapagos. Rajan's got to make a lot to think about this turn. The other question is, how offensive is this Incineroar, and can it potentially pick up a KO? Rajan is deciding to lock in his Terra. He says, you know what, it's now or never. Turns off his weakness to Ice, turns off his weakness to Fairy, gets a damage boost, but I mean, unless Icy Wind misses, he's going to be very vulnerable in the next turn to this Terrapagos, especially with, we saw Tornadoes being able to Tailwind is still available on the other side.
Yeah, Rage Powder is going to come out, and so Electro Drift should get the knockout onto that.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe just barely.
Yeah.
It is a resisted hit.
There is no true resistance against Miraidon is what I've learned after this weekend, and it is going to demolish that Amoonguss. Amoonguss is going to fame, but I think it's done kind of what it was aiming for. Critical hit.
Maybe a little overkill.
Crit mattered, crit mattered.
2 trips to the Pokemon Center to recover from that one. Amoonguss going down here. The question is, will Icy Wind connect? It is 95% accurate. That is not a guaranteed Pokemon. It does connect on both. So the speed modifiers are getting a little bit wonky here, folks. Miraidon is at -1 speed, which is 2/3 of its original speed stat, but it's still
got
double
1 turn of Tailwind.
So
that's right.
4/3, I think, of its
Flare
original
Blitz
speed
comes
stat.
out, and it does not knock out Fluttermane. Not super surprising, especially with these speed booster flutters, but this now gives you another turn. You can bring out that Tornadoes. You can even protect the Fluttermane, set up Tailwind, then get the Terrapagos out. And
how could they say it died?
Being relatively healthy, this is going to be really tough for Rajan, I think, because all you're looking to do is just get Terrapagos back in, and then Terra Starstorm once again.
Yeah, the only question is, let's say that this turn, let's say that somehow Miraidon and Incineroar were able to take out Tornadus and Fluttermane in the same turn, and the board stayed
He can just protect though, right? Protect Tailwind.
Or possibly with the Assault Vest with knockoff. Is it possible
that it beats the Terrapagos?
1v1 the Terrapagos? I don't think so. But you know what? I've learned not to doubt Incineroar. That's another Pokemon I've learned never to count out. So
I was gonna say, like in this position, you intentionally double up onto
Crit them all the way to Lavender down. Oh no.
If you get the free switch into Terrapagos, Tailwind is set up, Terra Starstorm comes out.
It's over.
That's over.
Yeah. So Rajan has the awareness for that. Here's the protection of the Fluttermane. Let's see what Rajan went for. I do agree that I think that if Rajan goes for the Electro Drift into the Tornadus, this game is
it's
most likely
immediately over.
Like,
I think so.
I think so as well. So actually, Rajan wants to not take a KO this turn.
Yeah.
Good job not taking
Electro
the
Drift
KO.
into the Fluttermane. There it is.
It's still going to be so difficult, but Rajan has kept himself in this game a little bit. Let's see here. Knockoff as well. That makes sense. Like, a critical hit. It probably doesn't matter, folks. I'm almost wondering, I was like, oh, could he side knockoff? But it doesn't help with the speed issue, right? That's the end of the Tailwind from Andrew's side, and we see the value here in speed control. Just like you called out, Aaron, you said this battle will be determined by speed. This battle is being determined by which Pokemon moves first, and Andrew decided to put all his eggs in the Terrapagos basket, bringing basically 3 support Pokemon, and it's paying off in a major way.
So much damage.
And Aaron, I don't think that Incineroar is going to be able to do this one on its own.
Yeah, speed drop to add. It should be a double knockout this turn, but then Terrapagos comes out and just clicks that Terra Starstorm. I love the adjustment to Amoonguss. We were talking about using it mainly for that Spore, but actually just one single Pollen Puff on turn 1 alone was huge.
Yeah.
We're gonna see
Nice.
Fluttermane finally
He adjusted. Game 1, his lead was ass. Andrew Zhang. But game 2, he brought it back, and I'm really happy.
Knockoff comes out. I actually don't think he's going to pick up KO.
Yeah,
just barely hangs in there. To be honest, even if it had KO'd
Terrapagos,
anyway, like you have full HP Terrapagos, and the reason why that full HP is so important is because it means that Incineroar can never kind of 1v1 here, even if the circumstances have been a little different. Like that Pollen Puff turn 1, that was the play that I think.
All right, GG.
It feels like Aaron, both.
I think I could handle this level of pressure. In VGC, probably not, because like half of the reason why one would get nervous is if you're not confident in your abilities, right? And maybe if I made it all the way to a finals, I don't think I would get nervous. But maybe if I just played like a random VGC tournament, I would probably time out every time because I'd be too confused.
But it was an option if Rajan knew that he was going to kind of be forced to play in the Tailwind or Bust kind of mode. But
a lot of reading and predictions to make a prediction night. There's a lot of in Unite tournaments. There's a lot of reading and prediction making too. There is. It just doesn't. It's harder to articulate it in a tournament.
So much pressure. It's one thing to start the set and say, hey, I can afford to lose one game. Neither player can afford.
Especially when the bans were blind last year, right? Like you're making a prediction that your opponent's gonna ban something, and if they don't ban what you think they're gonna ban and you ban something else, like the draft completely could be boomed, right?
Each of these players' first regional victory and the first tournament of regular.
And then lane setups, you're also predicting a lot of times how early they're gonna come out of the jungle. If the enemy team's going for a back cap, or if they're gonna play 5 at Ray.
For example, in game 1, like no Tornadus, no Whimsicott being led, and there's some adjustments here. For example, like you could just go.
It is kind of cool how the Electro Drift animation is the same in Unite and VGC.
A lot of pressure immediately, and so there's a lot of different things to consider here. Amoonguss felt like a really key adjustment in that last game, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see it come back because that single Pollen Puff actually changed
the game completely. I could not agree more. As you said, Rajan needs to.
Pollen Puff wins games.
Right with his Volt,
True.
He needs to take the KOs he needs. He needs to do the damage, he needs to switch into the right Pokemon at the right times, and that Amoonguss offsetting that first initial Volt Switch changed everything. So we are getting ready to jump into Game 3 here. This is it, folks. This is the game that will determine who going back to what he used Game 1, Instant Miraidon, and a new lead out of Andrew, Tornadus, and Terrapagos.
Oh, the Terrapagos slot right now was once again exposed to the combination of Fake Out plus Electric Terra and Volt Switch, for example. So I wonder, I mean, like, do you just eat up that damage?
Wait, why did he not just bring Moongus again?
Scary, Aaron, because let's say you are like, oh, Terrapagos,
I think Andrew lost.
Takes a Volt Switch. That's your speed control.
That's it.
And that was how Andrew won the last game. So Andrew locking in so quickly. He knows what he wants to do. He feels.
I think he won. Never mind.
That he knows what is best. But Rajan taking his time. Will Rajan get this call correct? This turn could determine who has such.
I think he won.
Like a huge advantage going on to the rest of this game.
Yeah, I think I give Rajan the advantage right now, honestly, because the Terrapagos is so exposed, right? And so.
No, wait. Rajan definitely is gonna click Flare Blitz Draco on the right side. Wait, bro, your Amoonguss is about to get one shot. Watch. I know for a fact, Rajan, I'm in his head. He clicked Flare Blitz Draco on this Among Us. Watch. Oh, he didn't. He didn't.
Gonna take a little Rocky helmet chip here. What is Tornadus going for? It's most likely the Tailwind. It is the Tailwind. So that's 4 turns of Tailwind on Andrew's side, but what will he give up in exchange?
There it is, the Volt Switch into Tornadus, and so that's an immediate knockout, and of course that first turn of Tailwind.
I mean, this is kind of good for Andrew, though, no? Because he just gets a free switch to Terapagos.
Stagger Tailwind by 2 turns, and then suddenly you have so many extra turns of Tailwind to work with. And so I personally expect a Whimsicott to switch in here, and there it is.
Good call, Aaron, and we haven't even talked about how this Incineroar is still a massive threat.
Yeah.
It's already done a good job of pressuring the Terapagos, and something we haven't seen just yet is using knockoff to remove the choice specs to remove the real damage from the Terapagos. Terapagos is strong, but it really wants some kind of a boost before it starts doing massive damage, and so here it's pretty risky. The other thing, though,
You can get Rage Powder, though, right?
this could be Terastalize, Terapagos, and Spore the Incineroar.
Yes. That would be, I don't know, I'm like thinking about it, and I feel like Andrew's honestly pretty far behind in this game right now, so I feel like maybe you need to make a big play, especially because this is the Assault Vest on the Incineroar, so I would not expect Terra Starstorm to get the knockout right now. And so, I don't know, I do feel like Andrew is pretty far behind after that turn 1. It's so important to pay attention to when the Terra comes out here, because removing that terrain just for 1 turn can have a huge, huge payoff. We're seeing Andrew
Rage Powder, Rage Powder.
He's going to offer Rage Powder and Terra Starstorm. So we'll see. I mean, like,
We can't get knocked off on our guy, right?
Maybe protect Flare Blitz, but I think Protect is really safe. You don't want to feint to Terra Starstorm plus potential Pollen Pop. And what this allows you to do is now have multiple extra turns of Tailwind in this end game.
Absolutely. It was a little bit risky from Rajan, but saying, hey, you know, even if you do Terastalize, like that at least makes it so Miraidon can be a bit stronger later. I don't have to worry about my Retrain being removed. The knockoff redirect,
Yeah, see, if he got his choice specs knocked off, that would have been really bad.
Despite being a special move, actually makes contact, therefore activating the Rocky Helmet. But the thing here, Aaron, is that you...
Okay, now he can Terra Starstorm.
And if you want, you can actually encore the Whimsicott and say, hey, I'm going to make it so you can't protect next turn, and I'm going to make it so that you can't KO my Whimsicott this turn. I think it's an encore the Whimsicott. Encore the Amoonguss, excuse me, to ensure that your Whimsicott's Focus Sash remains intact.
Yes.
So you actually have a couple of options here, and I think that, yeah, which one Rajan decides to go for could really, really be important. His Incineroar has taken a ton of damage, but Andrew...
And then Pollen the Whimsicott to break its sash, maybe?
Not wanting to give up that
Or he could swap, right?
The ability to overwrite the terrain.
Yeah, that's really important because that's your one big chance in this game, right? And so I think if you commit to it too early and then the...
Wait, why would you...
Back in, that's it. No more potential for Spore.
Why would you Palm Puff your own guy? He's not even going to take damage this turn, right?
Incineroar is actually going to pivot out,
right?
yeah.
That is Ogrepon. Interesting. Okay. Ogrepon switching in, and actually we didn't see Andrew Terra, an amazing play, and the encore from the Whimsicott. That's amazing, Aaron. Not only does he switch Ogrepon into a resisted hit because this is a normal move until Terapagos terastalizes, he's encored Amoonguss into a move that can't work against his 2 grass-type Pokemon.
That's right, and so Amoonguss now...
I mean, he should have... Maybe he should have swapped, actually.
Earlier. Now Amoonguss is in such a bad spot, but what do you do? Are you really going to switch it out into your final Pokemon?
It's so risky. I'm not sure you can. And do you use your Terra now? Looks like the answer might be yes, you do. But also, Aaron, this is the final turn of Tailwind, and Whimsicott has zero ways to go down, except if Rajan side targets. But probably won't be doing that. That means that Rajan will not only be able to match the Tailwind, he'll be able to overwrite it basically with his own. He's got such a huge advantage in the speed of the battle, but he needs to find a way through this Amoonguss so that Miraidon can do the damage that it needs.
Yeah, I'm wondering in this position, like, you're not at risk of getting knocked out, so no need to set up Tailwind with Whimsicott yet. You could theoretically, like, Moonblast plus ID Cudgel into the Amoonguss slot. And I think that probably just knocks out Fluttermane, right?
Yeah, probably. So Amoonguss is going to switch out here. It's going to activate that Regenerator ability. It's possible it can take a powerful electric move later. Fluttermane switching in. This is another option for speed control, but it won't outspeed Miraidon in Tailwind, so it's only, you know, somewhat there. Let's see what happens this turn. We are...
I mean, he's going to outspeed the Cudgeler, though, right?
From the Terapagos, Andrew waited so long, he conserved it so well, but now he feels like he needs it, he needs the spread damage, he can no longer wait to overwrite the electric terrain, he needs to go for this now, and frankly, I agree. I think this is his only way back into the battle, and for me, the question is, will Ogrepon go down to this Terra Starstorm?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it did so much damage that first time around.
There's also the option for a Moonblast drop, I realize.
Yep, okay, here we go. Oh, Terra Starstorm is just gonna come out immediately. Does it knock out the Ogrepon?
It should. It definitely does. Why would it not? It took half from a non-Terra one earlier.
Moonblast, we know for sure. It's Moonblast into the Terapagos. How much is it going to do?
I did 0.
Not a lot, but that definitely puts it in the range of a Miraidon move as the Tailwind ends. So Oh, Aaron, we're so close to the end of this battle. The question is just how much damage is Miraidon able to do? Rajan is betting it all on Miraidon. He can go for Tailwind and
Wait, maybe swapping his Amoonguss was bad though, right?
He'll most likely get the Amoonguss that switched in as well. But if he goes after the Terrapagos and Amoonguss switches in,
and then Icy Wind from
then he might
Fluttermane.
lose the speed advantage.
Yes.
And so that's something he has to consider. He can also go for Discharge, but the question is, even with
Isn't it super effective after the Terra? Oh.
The Terrapagos, it's unclear. I don't know the calcs there. There's so much going on here. Does he want to commit Terra? Does he not want to commit Terra? He knows he takes one.
You want to play this VGC thing? You can play Pokemon Showdown. Amy, go to PokemonShowdown.com or just Google Pokemon Showdown. You'll need to get a team though from like a paste.
I was wondering, like, is Discharge ever a possibility here?
It's a simulator, so it'll look a little bit different online. If you want to play this exactly the way they're playing it, you'll need to play it on a Switch. You'll need to buy Scarlet or Violet. But the gameplay itself is the same on Showdown.
What is it going for? Did it target the Amoonguss? Because if it did, and an Icy Wind comes out.
This could get really scary, really fast. Is it Electro Drift? Is it Discharge? Is it Volt Switch? Is it Tailwind? First, we do see the Tailwind from Whimsicott. Rajan now has 4 turns with this speed advantage. But what move does he go for?
Oh, it's gonna be Volt Switch. Okay, but into who? Is it into Fluttermane?
Amoonguss.
Oh, it's into Amoonguss. Okay, that's a lot of damage.
Not enough damage though. Miraidon going back here. What did Fluttermane go for? It'll be able to pick up a KO on the Whimsicott for sure. The Incineroar's low HP, so a Moonblast will get that too. Incineroar comes out.
This is so close. I believe we saw the Icy Wind lock in from the Fluttermane. Let's just double check and make sure. Intimidate, not relevant right now. Oh, it was the Moonblast,
I also
actually,
thought it was Icy Wind. Incineroar goes down here. That's the end of Incineroar. But the question is Miraidon going to be enough to close out this game? Now that it's terrestrialized, it's weak to Terrastar Storm.
I think you might have to Discharge, right?
I think you might have to. Otherwise, Fluttermane goes down, and then, yeah, it's actually Rajan's only option, I think.
You could protect.
I mean, if he doesn't discharge, he's gonna get Rage Powdered is the problem, right?
But the thing is, if he protects Amoonguss and you Electro Drift, then you have to take a second Icy Wind the next turn. I think you need to discharge this turn. I don't see another way forward. And discharge, it just depends on how strong it is. I have no idea. It's the weakest of Miraidon's moves, just by virtue of the base power and the spread damage. But that doesn't mean that it's weak by any means.
Oh, this is so close. Both players fighting for their tournament life right now. Miraidon has to lock into its final move here.
He should protect Icy Wind, right?
So you can see the Rage Powder here. That does not cover for the Discharge option.
Aaron, if he doesn't protect Whimsicott, no!
Whimsicott protects.
He protected!
Oh my goodness.
If he discharged, he could have won the game without it, but Rage Powder comes out, redirecting any moves that that Miraidon might want to go for.
Is it Discharge? Is it Discharge?
It's Discharge! Oh my goodness, Rajan's Whimsicott might be the key that keeps him from winning this battle. The thing is that when Discharge hits multiple targets, it is weaker. It should KO both Pokemon this turn, but the problem is that Rajan's own Whimsicott is reducing the damage of his Discharge.
Yes, will the Terrapagos be able to survive? I think so.
Oh, unless he goes for double protect, right?
This is unbelievable.
Oh man, Rajan could still win with a double protect, but if he just let Whimsicott go down there, he would have been in an amazing position. Andrew, it all comes down to if he can KO both Pokemon this turn. Rajan's thinking about it.
He got the double protect.
That's it. Oh my god, Miraidon has the speed advantage. How much is Discharge gonna do? Electric Rain boosted, Hadron Engine boosted, Terra Electric boosted, Choice Specs boosted, Discharge. Is it enough damage? It is!
Miraidon won.
Regional championship victory here in Indianapolis.
There were so many restricted Pokemon on the players' radars going into this. Calyrex, Terrapagos, Kyogre, Groudon, Coralline, Zamazenta, Zacian. None of them matter. The only Pokemon that matters is the fastest bike in the West, Miraidon.
And you can see Rajan is
Unity Xmon on top.
Was so close. So much about this composition is positioning the Miraidon perfectly. This thing's damage output is just ridiculous. I don't know what I'm going to tell you, man.
There, and I'll tell you the truth, that was an incredible performance for Rajan. Also, a huge congratulations to Andrew Zhang, making it all the way to the finals. And I mean, that battle was.
I can't believe Miraidon won.
So close, and I think
if Rajan didn't protect the turn before, it would have been better for him, right?
matchup and execute it on turn
Because
one.
killing his own Miraidon, or killing his own Whimsicott would have been good for him.
It's just the amount of offensive pressure Miraidon exerts on turn one of the battle. Andrew decides to switch.
Wait, but why didn't Andrew just protect one of his mons, though?
If he had just gone maybe back to Terravicos, Amoonguss, like at least Amoonguss can soak up some more pressure. But this is the problem with Choice Specs Terravicos in that you cannot protect.
There's no defensive options available to you. Andrew relying so much on Amoonguss, and it wasn't enough in game 2, but in game 3, Rajan adjusted. Uses the power of his double grass type Pokemon, the power of his Whimsicott, the power of the Focus Sash and the Whimsicott and Sturdy on the Ogre Pawn, as well as that really great preservation of Incineroar, which didn't look super flashy, but ended up playing a really important role later in this game. So
No, the turn, yeah, but
props to Rajan. Just, and
he would have gone the KOs either way. Because like the second, if he didn't get the protect off the second time, the Terrapagos might have lived, right? He's predicting Electro Drift.
From Andrew, waiting till the perfect moment to make sure that he can not only KO the Ogre Pawn and bring Whimsicott down to the Focus Sash, and here Incineroar coming in at the right time that it needed to, tanking a Moonblast and allowing Rajan to reposition crucially. Rajan not looking too happy there, but in the end we know that he is happy with how well he played this game, and ultimately Discharge being the difference discharger maker, baby.
Yeah, I was really curious about that end game as basically to explain things, right? Once again, like you point out, Wolf, the Whimsicott being out on the field reduces the damage.
The Incineroar was dead already.
Your own Whimsicott there, then Discharge to become single target. That should be a guaranteed knockout.
It was better for the Whimsicott to die. Yeah, that's what they were saying. It would have been better for him to let his Whimsicott die the previous turn.
Discharge is spread, for example, and so if by not knocking out your own Whimsicott, then you risk, for example, if the double protect fails, Discharge knocks out your own Whimsicott, and then Terra Starstorm surely knocks out the Miraidon in return. And so, I mean, that's one of the things about this brand new format, but I think what I've learned is never doubt Miraidon's damage output. Didn't even actually need the extra damage in the end to win.
And just to be clear, like, that actually, I don't think it was a mistake from Rajan to not knock out his Whimsicott, because Rajan probably thought, well, there's not really a reason to not protect with Amoonguss here, because either Fluttermane goes down to an Electro Drift and then you win with Rage Powder and Terra Starstorm, or like Discharge comes out, Fluttermane still goes down, and then you still, like, even if I knock out my own Whimsicott, then like Amoonguss will still be the Pokemon reducing the damage. And so what Rajan thought there most likely is I can win even if Discharge doesn't KO if I get a double protect. So he actually introduced a 1 in 3 chance, another chance to win on top of the chance of critical hitting, on top of the chance of paralysis making things funky. So it wasn't a mistake by any means. It just didn't end up working against what Andrew did, though in the end, as he pointed out, it didn't need to.
Yeah, it's funny because I think both of us were honestly like, it's just a brand new Pokemon, right? Like, how much damage does this do?
How much could it possibly do?
The Miraidon apology forms have been sent in. Miraidon claims this championship, and honestly, I do not think most people would have predicted that that was the restricted that would win this tournament.
But, you know, I'd agree with you for the most part, Aaron, but if you look at a certain caster's predictions, you might see Miraidon making an appearance on there.
That's right.
So, I mean, you know,
The Miraidon, Terrapagos, Cali Ice, Terrapagos.
Games played today, and such a great diversity.
Why is this guy's Terrapagos the turtle and this? I'm confused. Kyogre, Zamazenta,
So many cool and creative teams,
Miraidon.
multiple different approaches to these different teams, even when the Pokemon themselves are similar. So just what a cool format, what a great tournament to kick off.
Damn, really? No one brought Lando, huh?
Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5.
Because the Lando helps into the Miraidon. Especially because the Miraidons aren't running Terra Fairy, right? They're Terra Electric. Doesn't Lando just completely wall it and kill it?
And then you look at like 6 and 7, you've got like Serena, you've got the Iron Jugulis, you've got Galarian Moltres, you've got Latios, and so I love seeing this for our first tournament, and critically no Calyrex Shadow Rider, although I do think that people are probably disrespecting this Pokemon a bit too much. I would not be surprised if Shadow Rider comes in vengeance in LA or at NAIC or at Worlds.
It's kind of like a cycle, right? Where like I prepare for Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then Calyrex Shadow Rider like doesn't do very well, so then people stop preparing for it, and then Calyrex Shadow does well, so then people prepare for Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it's this whole I don't know if I'd say beautiful cycle, but certainly horsey cycle. And as we see here, the teams and the pictures of our champion finalists, congratulations to both these players. Just truly immaculate play, and you know, as casters, we're so lucky when the players put on such a great show, and I don't think we could have asked for a better finals.
That was amazing. Yeah, I mean, Andrew's decision to pivot into that Amoonguss and just that side Pollen Puff on turn 1, like giving him such a huge advantage. So a really intense set, and it's amazing to see Rajan win. He's been working so hard towards a regional championship victory, as you saw from his accomplishments.
Well, all right, let's play some Pokemon Unite.
2017 may have been what was on the screen, but he like got top 16 at US Nationals.
I gotta make a tweet first about VGC.
As well. He said so many
All right, so wait, let's make our tweet. Miraidon wins regionals in VGC. This is bad news for Pokemon Unite. Make sure we got, you know, we got to spread awareness, guys. I'm gonna like my own tweet too. This is the guy that just won. This is the guy that got second. Cool. It's turned off. Restart my game in case. Oops. All right, finally time to play some Unite. I feel like I haven't played Unite in years. Look at this thing, man. This thing just won regionals. Not Pikachu, Miraidon. Kind of exciting that a Pokemon that wasn't rated very highly by people won, because that just means that, you know, people didn't do a great job predicting everything. Hanging off my earlobes is a rock. Hanging off my waistband is a Glock. Those are bars. MC Ender. True. Hanging off my pants is a what? K-dot music? What's K-dot music? The body in the casket was an op. 21. You will cry. Godra. H/. Double melee mons. You know what I like playing when people go double melee? Is A9. I wish I knew you wanted me. Oh, I gotta get this skin. Theater style blue? Oh my, that blue is, that's almost a purple. That should be theater style purple. A9 just has some good skins, period. That's Indigo, true. I wish I knew. Guys, what's their draft? Do I need this anti-healing? What do they pick? Russell. Okay, I don't think I need anti-healing. It's good into Gudra, right? We'll keep it for the Gudra. Your girlfriend is a Wiggly? I hope not. To tell her to put EXP share on and take the choice specs off. What's wrong with her build? Where's your energy amp on your Gyarados? Why is your name You Will Cry? This is what happens. If you tell me you're in my game, I will just nitpick every small little detail. Why are we XP'd on Gyarados? What's up, Caliber? Is your build ass too? Choice, spoon, amp, eject. Okay, your build's okay. I approve. Guys, both of you just mugged my XP. Okay, I mean, I'm down to skip, but I'm gonna be a baby. Okay. Bro, we gotta work on your relationship, Tay. I'm being terrorized by my lane partner right now. Thankfully, they're just not contesting us. This lane is going very badly. Fossil's not a great matchup for Blizzard A9 because of Rock Tomb, obviously, but fine. No, man. I'm going mid. There's no fruits there anyways. Ah, I'm being terrorized! How are there 3 people in my game in the stream right now? I'm actually being terrorized. Bottom is uncontestable without our pad now. Don't forget about the enemy team. True. Arvina should just take the farm, man. I want him to be level 9. Yeah, we got the lucky. Okay. Maybe you just got the break too. Oh, our Wiggly got all the kills, so I got no XP. You're the owl on the enemy team. You better not be. You better not be. Is that a timeout? No, it's fine. No. So, like, the problem, what happened in this game, right, is like, imagine you're playing VGC and you're only one of the Pokemon, and the Among Us on your team is Choice Specs. And it's like, bro, I just need you to walk up and Rage Powder them with me. And he's like, nah, I'm pressing Choice Spec Sludge Bomb on them. Yeah, the Among Us refuses to click Spore. Gonna farm. I will get big farm. I can hold top pad. How can we help? I mean, look at those Choice Specs Among Us numbers. They're broken. The funny part is our Wiggly literally does have Choice Specs on, though. I'm not going to take our blue. Our Vino can have that. We can't contest this. Find the muted. Not beam up yet. I'll get my level 14 real quick. Okay. Lol. Rip it. Okay, we're beam secure. Oh god, okay, we don't have beam. There we go. Thing still has ults. I'm not gonna get my cap. What's my lax doing? Okay, we're in the lead. We have a shield. We have good shields. We'll get another cap. I can help bottom. We have lax ult too still. Oh. Stack Squiggly's OP, we won. Obviously, if you win with the build, it's OP. Your name is You Will Cry because it's for my enemies? No, your name is You Will Cry because you duo Q with the Wiggly that doesn't have XP share. And I will cry. That's why it's You Will Cry. I was crying. Wah. 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 GG though, GG, GG. Wah. Lando Ida spike in usage at next regionals. It's weird that people didn't use it a lot, right? You're the choice specs among us, true. Well, people are probably going to use it to counter the counter the Miraidon, right? I am Meowscarada. Mariah Carey. That's a good name. Guys, I have something. I just have something to tell you guys. It's a little bit of too much information, but when I had to go pee really bad, like, you know, like when you have to pee really bad and you finally pee, it feels amazing. I'm still feeling amazing after me peeing like an hour ago. Like, it just felt so good. And like, I still feel how good it felt, you know? Here we kept my, like, I'm just being honest. Like, you know that post-pee euphoric feeling you get? I still have it an hour later. Like, and I just had to tell you guys, like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Women can't relate? Is it not the same for women? Does it not feel amazing? I mean, I don't know. No, it's not like a kink or a sexual thing. It's just purely like a biological thing, you know? Like, you feel it especially when you're drunk. I'm not drunk, but if you're ever drunk and you have to pee really badly, oh my god. That's the best feeling in the world when you finally get to. But even just normally. My god, how broken is Mia Parada? Why wouldn't women relate? Oh, I don't know. Someone said that in chat. I figured it's the same, right? It's just a feeling of like when you really have to go and then you finally can go and it's like, oh my god. They're doing top. They are. This combo you come back to. I mean, it's just the truth, okay? When you gotta pee real bad and you finally pee, you get a sense of like euphoria. Ouch, man. That ult did a lot of damage. The enemy team kind of just ran away, though. It's not really fair. Get back over here. This instant. Thank you. Thank you. don't really want to go in on this, man. Fight's ugly. Whatever. How fast do I get my Unite back? And we have it back, basically. Lol. I'm gonna push with it. Block. Hello? Nice war. I really want that A9. Lol. How broken is Meow Meow though? I really want to do these bees first. Oh. Boom. And their Meow ulted. I feel like they ulted for my clone. Do they not know it was my clone? And I want to do it. My team's not here. Yo, I died in my passive, hello? Wait, how did I die? I took way too much damage from that A9 ult. We lost. I mean, this is why we should have just done it, but we were being too scared to just do it, and now we lose. Flower trick just gets dodged by a jack button randomly. That's funny, man. I don't know, it wouldn't have mattered. Obviously, we lost anyway. People just have to be less allergic to hit Ray, man. We had 4 people on their team dead. cannot believe you're on the other team as the Phalanx complaining about your game, man. After winning. Like, how cringe can you be that you're the lowest MMR player on the other team and you're like, oh man, that was such a hard game for us, but we still won. Like, good game, bro. Man, I don't know, man. I'll never understand it, man. Good game. You're the best, bro. You're actually the best. In the speedsters, can you play double hit? Fight their energy jump? You could play that, yeah. Is toxic yapping? It's just like my mind just can't fathom it. Like I'll never understand it, man. Whatever. Like you're just the better player, man. The game just said you're the lowest MMR by mistake. I'm greedent. Ready for Maridon spam on ladder? I'm ready. I feel like the teams I've played have done a little bit better into it because I have the Landorus, right? Both the teams I've played have had Landorus on it. These VGC pros are just noobs. Why didn't they bring Lando? What is my Destiny doing, brother? Well, he's dead because he activated to the cap now. At least I get to get sacked. Okay, their duo queue is 4-man rotating bottom. Fun. Nice. There's X attack. Ouch. I'm actually dead, man. X attack Charizard. I did not expect him to be X attack. That's fine, I guess. Well. Okay. Came back yesterday, you had a shining Garchomp. What was that, a new item? Was it like sparkling, you mean? I think you mean the sparkling, right? It's a sparkle spray. It's just a cosmetic you can put on certain hollowware to make them sparkly. Toon Slim with the Raid Slim. Oh my god. Oh, I'm like, why can't I pick up the money? No knockoff effect. Hello. I guess I should have sprinted away, man. Like my bullets weren't reaching him when he was in the air for some reason. Tell us my secrets. My secrets are secret for a reason. I can't tell you. Lol. Let's talk about our site. There's there anyway. Who ended up winning the VGC finale? It was the Terrapagos guy who lost. No, right? Miraidon won. Walked 15 seconds. Not worth it for me to go. I don't think I'll make it. I mean, whatever. I'll take the Leafeon ult at 230, man. My team getting Regirock. But they're gonna get 90 points on us though. That's his X speed. Yeah, the Zarge is dead for free. I'm not gonna chase around Invisible. Gonna have to base anyway. Oh, he went to go spawn on our home. I mean, I really think we should just finish it, bro. I'm surprised no one hit it, but whatever. Yeah, why press the B button? Guys, I can't believe they changed the group stage. In Unite. What do I mean by group stage? So basically what they did was they changed the pairings for next week. They switched around the 1 and 2 seeds who they were supposed to play with the 3 and 4 seeds, and the higher seeded teams now have a harder group. Anyone else notice that during this wait screen, you're standing in a waiting lobby in front of the stadium? True, I guess it is a Unite Stadium behind me, right? Exactly, you're in the lobby. It makes... You're in the lobby in front of the stadium waiting to get inside. Why am I waiting at remote stadium if I'm play at Thea Sky Ruins? Maybe you take like an airlift to get to Thea Sky Ruins. Remote is your home court, and that's where the team meets up to take the bus. True, true, true. You gotta take a magic school bus. Okay, so this is my example of one of the really bad situations with how draft is set up, right? So likely, based on this game, my team, both teams have a duo queue, right? Right? Like these two are duoed, and then these guys are duoed, right? I'm the highest MMR solo queue player. This is the other highest MMR solo queue player. And these two are the lowest two MMR solo queue players, right? So with that, the two lowest MMR players, so by definition, the game's description of the two worst players on in our games are the ones that both get to last pick and get to ban, right? And objectively, you get more agency in draft if you're the one that decides the bans, right? So why is it that the lowest rated players get the most agency in the game? Right? Isn't that a little bit counterproductive and annoying and toxic? I don't really want to play that into Delphox. Is it better to give that to the trio? I think it should be random. I think the best solution is to randomize it. That way, some games you get to ban, some games you don't get to ban. Because in 5 stacks, it's random. Right? Obviously, it doesn't matter that it's random in 5s, because you're going to be with the people you are with anyways, but it proves that they are capable of randomizing it. You assume your duo and trio are lowest MMR. It doesn't matter though, right? All I'm saying is that the two people lower rated than me are the ones that get to ban every single time. Right? If every game I played was a duo and 3 solos, right? 95% of the time, I would never get to ban. Right? Like, I just want that. Just tell me you hate me, man. Like, just Dr. Timmy, Mr. Timmy, right? Sir Timmy, just send me a message on Discord or Twitter and be like, look, Inder, we hate you. Just play the stupid game, but we hate you. And I'd be like, okay, you hate me, I get it. Tencent isn't the studio that does Pokemon Unite. They just happen to own Timmy. But just because they own Timmy doesn't mean they're the ones actually doing the game, you know? The same way Tencent owns Riot, it doesn't mean Tencent's actually balancing the game and stuff. Like, I just miss his water gun. You can have that one, but can I have this one, please? If I don't get this last hit, I don't get to evolve. You mother trucker. Right. Great doll pick. We basically traded farm, except for the part where we didn't trade because he took both the last hits and didn't give me either one. Yeah, with the enemy. Looks like my jungler is not going back into the jungler. I'm gonna clear the whole jungle and not go mid. Oh, my jungler's dead on their pad. Well, that's my duo Q. My duo Q is this Squirtle and the Scizor, by the way. My Scizor is dead again. They push up. All right. Brook bottom. Hey. Fixing my unite move. I mean, I don't know if my Pikachu has a secure in him. Okay, nice. Standing on top of the Reggie like is what actually got me killed there. Oh my god, he spinned on them. My candle ulted. Really want to farm. Sorry, AFK. I just scored 33 while my guard trump was sitting at home. In the doll. My team's doing top. Oh, she can't move, man. Yeah, they lax ulted and talon ulted. And we lost top somehow. Maybe Luke ulted for it. I don't know how we lost top. It was literally 4v1, man. Okay, they popped a lot of unites though. My boss is almost dead. Oh, so they didn't Luke ult for top. Wait, so how did we lose top without them Luke ulting? I don't understand. It's fine. I mean, we got Ray still. How did Blue Dragon beat White Dragon? White Dragon is just old, man. New is always better. We only score once. I'm pretty sure we only scored once. We're fine. My scissors scored on their home. We should be fine. Thank God I scissors scored twice, man. He popped off. He popped off. He popped off. GG, GG. They're doing something quirky with the matchmaking this season. I don't think it's I don't think they've changed it in like 3 or 4 seasons, to be honest. I think the people are just getting like, I think the ladder players that are like decent, that don't make the games completely unbearable, there's probably less of them playing. So the gap between like the really, really bad players and the decent players is just getting bigger and bigger. Mm-hmm. 90% of your fans doesn't play anymore. It's sad. Yeah, I mean, I think a big reason why people aren't playing is definitely like matchmaking and whatnot. But the game is just stale right now, right? Like that's kind of just what it is. The game's just been too similar for too long. Like the meta hasn't really changed that much. In competitive, there's like, okay, the thing, competitive is interesting because even small changes in competitive make it fun, right? In competitive, like the stale metas kind of get exciting because like the small nuances make it really exciting. But for ladder, it's like, I don't know, man. They gotta shift it up. And in general, I think the game just needs some more life into it, you know? I think once a year we just need, like, I think they just have, if Unite wants to have a future, we might just need a new map once a year. Or map changes once a year. It's what other MOBAs do, right? Dota has like one big patch every year where the map changes, it breathes life into the game, right? They only release one new hero a year as well, right? Maybe one, sometimes two, but usually just one. Like, I think we just need a new map like once per year. That's all. I literally don't think there's anything else I would solve it. New map, yeah, and then maybe after a couple years of that, we get a rotation, right? And all the maps are playable. But like, honestly, like we just need another map. I think they're focused on China release. I don't know what. I honestly don't have any answers as to what they might be doing. Okay, people say there's 1,000 Pokemon, but there's not actually 1,000 Pokemon, right? Like, how many Pokemon are there? Like, how many unique Pokemon are there actually in Pokemon? It's not 1,000. No, okay. Guys, let's use our thinking caps for a second, right? Because how many of the Pokemon are 3-stage evolutions? How many of the Pokemon are regional reprints, right? Like, there's not actually 1,000. Beefy Gerbil, thank you for the prime. He says there's 1,000, there's 1,000.
Pokemon officially.
Right? Like, Bulbasaur, Venusaur, Ivysaur, that's one Pokemon. That's not 3 Pokemon. Only a few hundred evolution lines? I mean, someone should calculate it. Regional variations are unique for Unite purposes. Yes and no. I don't think we're ever getting Kanto Ninetales in this game. So, as far as I'm concerned, they're the same. Do you guys really expect to get Kanto Ninetales when we already have a Lowland Ninetales? I think split evolutions are okay, right? Oh my god. I think, like, split evolutions are fine. Evolution trees are weird to consider different Pokemon. My clear is going to take 10 million, 15,000 years. I'm tilted. I'm actually so tilted. Right, I also think, like, Paradox Mons we probably don't get repeats of for a while. Like, I don't think we're ever getting Screamtail. Because we already have Jiggly. 896? That seems incorrect to me, but maybe. They could make Screamtail into like an offensive Pokemon, right? It doesn't have to be a support. I'm level 7 off the first gank. That's pretty good. I like that Mimikyu lag, even though I already had the Mimikyu on my screen, man. Because the Disguise wasn't up earlier. No. How much of my jungle did the Dusty clear? That was just my blue. Yeah. About to get mean look. Mean look into Mimikyu Unite. Nice. So 603 unique Pokemon, final evolutions, and if you remove regional variants, 573. Interesting. Yeah, I mean that's almost half of what everyone always says, right? Right, and then like if we take it one step further, there's probably even less amount of viable Pokemon for Unite at that point. I mean, don't get me wrong, they have ideas for a long time. Like, they won't run out of ideas before Generation 10 comes out for Pokemon. So it's not like we're gonna run out of things. It's more just if we're being specific about things, you know? Please, Wiggly ult. God. Like that Shadow Sink hits me, man, in between all my teammates, too. And tried to take an angle that my Snorlax would protect me from, but he just walked to the side. Talonflame not that bad? No, Talonflame's not a bad Pokemon. I don't think people think no one really thinks Talon's bad, right? Anyone here think Talonflame's bad? Just missed 2 mystical fires on farm. Yeah, I think Brave Bird's really good, actually. I think people play Talon bad. I mean, people play everything bad. Trying to... I always played with flame charging with my left or right stick. But I'm trying to get used to flame charging with my left stick. It's definitely better. But just trying to build that habit. Weird. Could have killed the Blissey too, maybe. Oh, my blue buff just gets hijacked, man. Return to monkey. Oh, is 100% real, guys. About to get shadow sneaked and lose the game, aren't I? The guy is back, I think. Okay. So stupid, man, that the eject follows me through that, or his United follows me through my eject. Like that. Fine. Snorlax got a cap, but they're just hitting it. Axe needs to go mid, man. You need to go mid, brother, man. Let's see, got it. I mean, I think I would have had it if no one on my team hit it there, but unlucky. I was playing around the Talon getting it. He flew really early. I think the guy just spirit shackled Giga early, and I mean, maybe I could have seen the shackle coming. I mean, it's so stupid losing this game. What can you do? Seeing point and click Mimikyu ulted from Africa though is definitely funny. Edge. Do we know if EX Pokemon will be coming back next season? We don't know. We don't know. They could. My guess is that they... Next season, they might not, but we'll see. You never know. These guys are just duo queuing as two dragons. E-dating dragon couple. Bet Cynthia's their leader. Yeah. They just wait until Ho. Yeah, that's a good point. They'll probably just wait until Ho comes out and then bring EXs back into ranked. I'm in a game with a streamer. Oh my god, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Ah. I picked Lapras so I could help this guy get his effort gauge, but I feel like he just doesn't understand how Magikarp works. Like, if they're hitting me, they're not hitting him. Alright, we're E-speed. Oh, they gave the Dragapult 2 stocks. I don't know who mugged our fruits, but don't have fruits. I really feel like my Carp does not understand how their Mon works. Press the attack button, man. Like, he has an assist. How have we not evoluted with an assist yet? Just go hit the farm at least, man. I understand people might not understand that you have to hit the air to get effort gauge, but at least you have to understand hitting the farm will do it. He's just dead again, bro. So Magikarp, they have an effort gauge below their health bar, right? When that gets to full, they evolve into Gyarados. The way that you can charge that effort gauge is doing basic attacks to your opponents, to neutral farm, and even to the air. He just full healed on a Regieleki, by the way. Casting any of your moves and hitting your moves onto opponent things gives us all of that, gives like a small to decent amount of charge, getting a small score gives you a small charge. Getting a score above 11 gives you like a decent chunk of a charge. And then being involved in a KO through an assist gives you a big amount of charge. And then getting the actual final blow, like the last hit on someone, getting the KO, gives you a huge amount of charge, right? So knowing all of that, you want to maximize, like, or minimize the time you stay as a carp. Right? You want to try to evolve as fast as you can. The enemy team thought they could push, but I saw it coming a mile away. Hello, hello, hi. Hey Steve, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I hit nothing. I wish he got his cap first, but I'm too low, dude. I'm just leaving. Lapras is kind of broken. It's a good mon. Lapras is just like a draft dependent mon, you know? If they have too much like range damage, anti-heal kind of damage, like, you know, basically if they have too many mages, they can struggle a lot. Like, I mean, Icicle Spears is quite annoying too, but I guess. One sit on the pad. I feel like my team's chasing a ghost around, man. Team chasing around dad. True. Is Lapras a better pick than other defenders? The other defenders are banned, right? When the really strong defenders are banned. And there's not a lot, like, it's a low damage kind of game. Lost a lot of our members already. Okay, killed both their range. Game is alive. My whole team has their unites up. know. My team carried. They got ready. We won the game. We're only ahead by like a very small amount, though. But we'll be up by 2 caps. No, we're good. All right, here's the plan. We're gonna pick up our tree, get him some more points real quick. I picked up all the points. I wanted to get him some more points so he could score again. Bubbles. Bubbles. We went for a nice little cruise, yeah. It's okay. Okay. It's okay, guys. No, I wasn't muted. I was just... Okay, it's okay, it's okay. GG. GG. Mew. GG, Kenny Vision, GG. Well, am I gonna pick Mew? I'm gonna pick Mew. There are 4 attackers wanted me so bad instead of ripping. Maybe. By 4 of my teammates didn't press their Unite move before they died at Ray, you know? But GG. I'm Mew. I am Mew. I am the Mew. I am the Mew. I am the Mew. I am the Mew. You got this. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just annoyed from last game, but I'm over it already. It's fine. All right, they have Slow Rope Blissey. It's an okay game to be Mew. It's a fine game. Not a great game, but it's not the worst game either. I mean, the annoying part is that I have to lane with a Talon. I have an AG jungle and my Talon is confusioned. Trying to get the farm, man. He's carry flame. He's got this. What? My sword doing? I actually just have a parasite in my lane though, right? At least he's gone, I guess. Okay, I mean, indeed taking that path was actually racist. The bro showed up and tanked the auto. I'd rather my Talon leave this lane. Their whole team is here. Vitamins? Alright. We will do it after this game. Blissey ulted, Leafeon ult. Ouchie. I should be careful of the Leafeon and Espeon. Alright, you got it. I will be careful of them. Thank you for the advice. Honestly, I was down to just leave it, but I really wanted to do it. I'd do it. Got any advice on how to avoid the Goodra? What should I do about... I appreciate the advice into Leafeon. What am I supposed to do about the Goodra? You got it already, man. Hello. Guys are running it down. Don't you dare do it. Oh my god, carry flame. Never mind, man. Maybe he should have done it. I really thought we'd get our cap, though. We spent 10 years playing that Reggie Lucky Push, so... I mean, I don't have ult or level 13, man. I'm gonna farm. Hello? I shouldn't have thrown that boosted auto. Kind of griefed me. I mean... Hey man, this boss is actually just a straight up terrorist. He won't step forward to get vision, he also just keeps using all his spells on the farm that I'm doing. Oh my god. Please, guys, we need to hit the Ray. Right. Fine, we won. Woo! 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 Why would they surrender? Oh. We were about to get Rayquaza, but I don't know. My Talon busted a Fui, true. He did die to Ray as Talonflame. Fairy Flame. Fairy Flame's the GOAT. Who am I gonna pick next? I'm not sure. We'll see after the event if I feel like playing. Play some Talonflame. Play some Carry Flame. Burb. Yeah, Team YT comms yesterday was really funny. They're actually just screaming at each other. But I mean, that's what works for them. Who's this skin? They gotta up the Talon skins, you know? We need some new Talonflame skins. Need me some boys as tight as Team YT. Who said that? I can go aerial ace. I might go fly aerial ace though. We'll see how I'm feeling. Really tough. Kidnapped my move, man. Made me have to eject. I'm taking that fruit, but whatever. Honestly, I'm down to go fly aerial ace. Seems fun. Or Reagan. Don't mind my Mimikyu taking my jungle. Already 9 without having to clear it. Them pinging though is like, bro, chill out. Right, mute, 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 mute. Getting out of that. Walked. Would I not mute your pings if you were in my game? I think I might mute the pings to start the game if you were there. Like the game would load and I would just snap mute. What is a jet? Pro ult me, I want it. I'm out of here, bro. He's Shadow Sneak. Razor Leaf. He ulted him so I can't kill him. Sad. He's getting stacked. Lol. Yo, that's my guy. That was my little pet bird I was hanging out with, man. The second time now this Mimikyu just eating my food, man. He took my jungle, he takes my kills. He's not even thankful for it. I mean, he's probably pinging thanks, but not in a good way. That's his X speed. I'm not in here. Unmute him for 30 seconds. Alright, let's see. Maybe he stopped yapping. I'm actually so annoyed, man. Like, we just have two guys that can snipe it. Neither of them are hitting the objective. I mean, I should have just snap ulted there. The moment I go to fly, no one hits the objective. We're just full beaming them, trying to snipe them. If they rip it, we lose, right? Do you only get the reset if you ace first, then booster from fly? You don't get a reset on fly. You only get a reset if they're marked by Brave Bird and you hit them with a boosted auto attack. So I ate his food. Can we hit it? Can we hit it? Surf the wall. I can't believe my fly missed, man. We won. We won. What's up, Willy boy? Does Talonflame speed up an ally's scoring when they're in fly mode? It's a good question. I'm not sure. My guess is no, but I could be wrong. Why pick Aerial Ace over Flame Charge without Brave Bird reset? So, this game I wanted to play this build. I mean, Brave Bird would have been fine too, but I really hate being Brave Bird into Wigglytuff. Like, it's just really annoying that you can never Brave Bird wherever the Wiggly is. So I wanted to be Fly. But I also really wanted to be aerial ace so I can get behind the Gardevoir to dodge stuff like Moonblast. And I don't know, the fact that aerial ace positions you behind your opponent to be able to dodge skills, like even if you aerial ace like a bro, like you might dodge his surf, for example. I don't know, I just felt like playing aerial ace, so. Mostly just felt like playing it, to be honest. But I knew I wanted to be fly, and I prefer to be aerial ace a lot of times, so. And it worked. Yeah, I mean, it looked good, right? All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off. I feel like making some food, having dinner, so I'm gonna take a break. I want to play some VGC tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it or hang out in the Discord and play it, but I will be playing some VGC tonight. So if you're in the Discord, you'll find me somewhere, whether it's on Discord or on stream. Yeah, I might come back and play some more VGC. I really want to play, but I'm hungry and I don't feel like playing Unite anymore, so I'm gonna call it here. W stream. Thank you guys for watching, as always. And I'll see you guys all next time. If I don't see you tonight, then have a good night. Bye, bye, bye.